Good morning, everyone. How you doing? Alrighty. Well, interesting stuff going on today. Just before I came in, I got an email popped up here. 6.3 earthquake in the Solomon Islands. I know it doesn't affect us, but that's what's going on in the world. Let's see what else we got here. Man, there's something, something's going on with my cursor. It's just sitting there going like it's a short or something. Not sure what's going up with that. Let's see. So first one in was Super Scout, and then Walt Rogers, then Troop 1351, and so it's the current Scoutmaster. And let's see, and those are only ones making comments so far. And yep, so the numbers up here in the corner appear match. So hang on here, I need to get this up here. All right, so let's hop over here and take a look at it. So now I got to go ahead and unhighlight this now because I got bored last night when I woke up in the middle of the night and was working on not editing, actual writing way up in, hang on here, way up in chapter, the last half of chapter 18 over here where it says November 20th, morning and afternoon. I was working on the afternoon. So everything's written up into the morning. It's the afternoon that is where I'm working at right now. And so let's bring this back down here so I don't lose from here. So, alrighty, so let's pick this up here and see how far we get today. I did set up this to have, hang on, let me take a look over here on this one here just to make sure. So this is today is part 2. Or is it part 3? Part 2, yeah. So we're on part 2. I did set it up for 3 days of working on this. So we'll probably get, I would say, half to 3/4 of the way through the next little part here where it says Kanab City Meeting. We'll probably get about half to 3/4 of the way through that one. And then we'll finish that up tomorrow morning. And we may start on chapter 7 a little bit tomorrow morning, but we got a bunch of stuff here to cover. All right, so let's get at it here. All right, the Chapmans and the Bowmans were off to the side talking with Kimberly, Michael, and Abigail when Tara Jordan walked up to them with her mother in tow. Several recruits were going to the camp today instead of Wednesday and asked if she could go too. Then 2 others, Jack Tate and Piper Jones, hurried over and asked if they could go today as well. Kimberly said that they each had to Kimberly said that they each needed to bring a backpack, tent, sleeping bag, wool blanket, rain gear, poncho, thermals, heavy socks, besides what they were told by Lieutenant Polson. They all nodded enthusiastically. Then she said they had 30 minutes to get packed and back before the transport leaves without them. They saluted and ran to the door, grabbing a parent's hand and dragging him out with them, shouting for them to move faster because they had to be back in 30 minutes. Kimberly turned away and muttered, "They're crazier than I am." Nola leaned close to her husband and whispered, "Her plan just might work." Albert nodded in agreement. Both Bob Miller and Benjamin had their sawmills going all day, and they had one barracks roughed in and watertight by the time they got back from Fredonia. It had 2 doors, no windows. Those would be added in the late spring before the summer heat. 2 more barracks were started. After the noon meeting in Fredonia, Nathan Smith, a local rancher whose daughter had enlisted in Kimberly Saga, showed up with his sawmill and a couple other parents and started working on the chow hall. Kimberly had the Saga recruits from Fredonia take their gear to the completed barracks. Tamara Jefferson, Lisa Robinson, Marta Jordan, and Donnie Adair had already put their gear in one corner, and they had been busy since morning working on a shower house. Seeing that her recruits were setting up for a co-ed barracks, she had them hang a tarp crossways in the middle so girls would use one door and the boys the other. Benjamin then said they should have another one. I actually need to change this here. BARRAC. Another barracks, rain tight by dark, but the floor would still need to be sanded. However, tomorrow night there should be 5 fully completed barracks and 3 functional shower houses. If they get more help from Kanab, they could have 5 shower houses completed and 5 shower houses and a completed chow hall. Hang on, let me back up. I'm going to take a look at something here. All right, yeah. Kanab City meeting. At 5:10, they arrived at the Kanab High School gym to address their city residents. Chief Peel had set the gym up a little differently. The bleachers on both sides of the gym were pulled out. At the far end, the basketball hoop and backboard were raised up out of the way, and another set of roll-out bleachers are pulled out to the free throw line. There were more folding chairs in front of the side bleachers. Were pulled out to the free throw line. Hang on, this sentence doesn't make. Okay, I gotta fix this sentence here. Okay, so let me go ahead and I don't know why that came up that way. Let's see. Free throw line. In front of the side bleachers were 3 rows of folding chairs centered on the center circle. Okay. I'm starting to blur ones together already. In front of the side bleachers were 3 rows of folding chairs. Centered on the center circle was a wrestling mat. A little in front of the other backboard, which was also raised out of the way, were 3 tables as in Fredonia. Going left to right from the perspective of those at the tables, hang on here. Okay, all right, so at the left of the left table, the name cards were Open Spot, Commander Smythe, MI6, Lieutenant Kimberly Jackson, USMC, Lieutenant Michael Moore, USMC. At the center table were Major Douglas Cooper, USMC, Colonel Albert Houston, USMC, Lieutenant Colonel Nola Houston, USMC, Major Martin Cooper, USMC. At the right table were Captain Larry Robinson, USMC, Zach Polson, USMC, First Sergeant Carlos Young, USMC, Charles Finley, USFMS, United States Marshal Service, Federal Marshal Service. The open spot at the left table now had Michael's and Kimberly's gym bags sitting on a chair and the bow cases on the floor against the table legs. On the wall behind the tables set up for them and off to the side towards the door was another table with this school's audiovisual club. Up on the walls above the bleachers and behind their table were videos being projected of Michael and Kimberly doing demonstrations, including the one Randy had videotaped for the archery headquarters website. Well, Michael said, looking at the projections, looks like somebody here is a really big fan. Yeah, we'll see how well that plays out, Kimberly replied as she plugged in her laptop. I hope we don't have to show any of these videos. We were lucky that word had been passed around town by Bob's group, so no one had any doubts or questions in Fredonia. Well, if the young kids hadn't been there, I think we would have at least had some questions, but I don't think we would have had to show anyone the videos. I think you're right, Michael agreed. Then he walked over to the AV club members and asked if they had some wireless microphones, preferably throat mics, which he and Kimberly could use. One of them ran to get them from the AV lab. Michael was staging videos to show them if needed when he noticed Chief Peel walking over with two men and a woman. There was something about the women that made him want to slap her. Michael jerked at the thought. He never wanted to hit anyone just from looking at him, much less a woman. Well, other than Heaven's Devils, but that was something new. What? Kimberly asked, looking bug-eyed at Michael. Huh? What? He asked, confused when he came out of his emotional thoughts. Your hands, she answered. What has you so upset? Michael looked down and looked down at his hands and was shocked to see them clenched and white. Whoa, he said in surprise. I was looking at the woman with Chief Peel and was overcome with the urge to slap her. He blew out of breath. I guess the urge was stronger than I thought. Let's go join the meet and greet. The meet and greet, Kimberly said as she started walking around the table. I'm afraid that I'll hit her if she smarts off. Let me do that, babe. I'll get her to hit me. I'll get her to hit me first, Kimberly snickered. Or I'll get her to hit me, Nora said as she walked over. I have diplomatic immunity if I kill her. She waved Federal Marshal Finley to join them. She waved Federal Marshal Finley over to join them. They formed a half circle, starting with Michael on the left and Kimberly, then Nora, Colonel as Commander Smythe, Colonel Houston, Lieutenant Colonel Houston Douglas, Major Douglas Cooper, and Federal Marshal Finley. The others remained either at the table or behind those in the half circle. Chief Peel led the man and woman up to him. Colonel Houston, this is our mayor, Robert Jensen, council president, Ron Goodman, and our newest city council member, Karen Claudius. The mayor quickly held out his hand. Colonel Houston, we're grateful for Peel's invitation to speak to us and bring us up to date on the standing of the government in dealing with this great catastrophe and what help we can expect and what can we do to help in dealing with the biker gangs. What we need to do is to stop killing them and negotiate with them, Karen Claudius interrupted. Offer them jobs, help them become useful members of society. They have a job, Charles Finley retorted. It's to take over, to kill most of you and rape the rest. Their leadership are cannibals. They will rape children and eat their flesh while doing so. Those that survive will be made slaves to serve them. and there are over 5,000 more of them that are supposed to come here. You are delusional if you believe you can make them the useful members of society, Nora stated in her British accent. Now, why don't you stop interrupting and let us converse with the mayor, who's obviously your superior, both in authority and in standing and intelligence. Karen turned bright red. Her eyes went wide as she started shaking. She sputtered. Do you know the etymology of Claudius? It is Latin. It means lame, useless, or unintelligent. You obviously epitomize all three. Now go away and let the adults hold an intelligent and meaningful conversation. You are dismissed, Nora stated emphatically as she lifted her hand and flicked the wrist at Karen as she looked away, indicating that she was not worth her acknowledgement. Karen's face went from red to purple. Then she screamed unintelligibly and charged Nora. She took 2 steps and suddenly stopped in her tracks, 2 feet from the target of her rage. Her face contorted and she collapsed to the floor. Most everyone freezed in shock for a second. Then Federal Marshal Finley quickly reholstered his weapon and stepped over to Karen's body. As he did, Kimberly, Nora, and Michael stepped back to give him room. He rolled Karen over onto her back to check her pulse. Unable to find one on her wrist, he checked the carotid artery in her neck. After several seconds, he stood up. She must have had a massive brain aneurysm or heart attack or both. Hang on a second here. And Shady Hill Homestead just came in. All right, here. And let's see here what we got here. There's an ambulance out front. Maybe they can resuscitate her and get her to the hospital, Mayor Jensen said as Chief Peel ran to the door. Look at her eyes, Michael said. The blood vessels are ruptured. Was she always this high-strung? I suppose so. She was always very vocal and argumentative and highly obstinate about everything she did, Mayor Jensen said. People used to say that she was going to give herself a stroke. I guess she did. You might want to take a picture of her eyes for the coroner, Federal Marshal Finley said. Right. Mayor Jensen reached for his phone but couldn't find it. I must have left it at my seat. Ron Goodman spoke up. I have mine. I'll take them. He took out his cell phone and quickly took a picture. Maybe I should take a couple more. He took 2 full body pictures, one from the feet, one from the head. The gymnasium doors opened with a bang as Chief Peel led the EMTs in with their gurney and medical equipment. They were followed by a couple of police officers and 2 deputy sheriffs. Everyone moved back towards the tables to let the EMTs do their thing. One of the AV students had walked over to Michael's computer and was motioning Michael over. He was videoing what was going on. He asked Michael if he had a cable to download the video from his phone. Michael pulled out the cable and plugged it into his laptop and then into the phone. When the Explorer window opened up, Michael navigated to the phone's camera file. The student told him which one to download. As soon as it was done downloading, they disconnected the phone. The student then moved off. Michael quickly pulled out an earbud and plugged it into the laptop and played the video. The audio was good, but the camera's viewpoint got partially blocked by Charles Finley stepping forward and drawing his weapon. The camera moved to get a better view, but Karen was already going down. Charles Finley and Douglas Cooper blocked blocked all the view of Nora and Kimberly completely at the key moment just before the collapse, just before and during Karen's collapse. The only one shown taking any action against Karen was Charles Finley, and he didn't fire his weapon. She's gone, one of the EMTs stated. She had what I believe to be an extremely high spike in her blood pressure. I think the coroner will find that a lot of the blood vessels in her head had ruptured. I wouldn't be surprised if her heart or an adjacent artery failed as well. Jason, one of the deputies said, Sheriff Albright, when have I ever been wrong? Especially with this evidence. Look at her eyes. At least a dozen ruptured vessels in each one, Jason challenged. Are you sure? Sheriff Brian Albright asked. Let me guess. She was screaming, took a couple steps towards whoever she was screaming at, and collapsed, Jason said as he looked up. That's what this video shows, Michael said as he turned on the projector. He turned the projector onto the display that was on his laptop. What video? Several men asked in surprise and turned to see the video playing. After they watched the video, the sheriff muttered, I guess there wasn't a crime. Oh, there was a crime. And it was committed by Karen Claudius when she attempted to commit battery on a foreign diplomat under federal protection. Thus, a federal crime was committed. My jurisdiction, not yours, Charles Finley stated. Not a problem, Sheriff Albright gave a weak smile of relief. Chief Peel and myself would be more than happy to let you adjudicate the resolution of her death. Yeah, she was an obnoxious and bossy pain in the ass bitch. I won't shed any tears for her, that's for sure, Chief Peel said. Ditto, Mayor Jensen and Sheriff Albright said at the same time. Well, from what was said about her going to give herself a stroke and the way she turned red, then purple before she collapsed, the fact that she looks to be more than a bit overweight, I would have to say she died of natural causes. Sheriff, you run the coroner's office. Do you see a need to have an autopsy? No, I don't, Sheriff Albright said. Neither do I, Brian. Her family, if her family wants, I'll sign a statement for them, Chief Peel added. We'll tell them that that we didn't see the need to cut her open. Jason, go ahead and load her up and take her to the funeral home. Marcus, go notify her family, Sheriff Albright said. Okay, boss, Marcus said and turned to leave. Do you want to reschedule the meeting? Colonel Houston asked. No. I'll make a quick announcement at the beginning that she died of a heart attack, Mayor Jensen said, and that she would have wanted us to continue on with the meeting, get the information we need to keep everyone safe. Do you think her family will buy it? Chief Peel asked, because no one else will. Hopefully they'll be at the funeral home until after the meeting is over, added Mayor Jensen. If no one liked her, how did she get elected? Michael asked. She brought up some obscure federal law from back in the early 1800s and said no one could run against her, Mayor Jensen said. I bet her sister will use it to get Karen's council seat. The Parkinson Act, Kimberly asked. I think that was it. In 1803, the same year it was enacted, it was ruled unconstitutional with an open bench warrant to arrest anyone who tried to use it for treason. Since then, several people have been arrested, tried, and convicted for sedition. Kimberly fired off. Everyone stared at her with open mouths. Constitutional law classes, she answered the unasked question. Mayor Jensen, I take it that Chief Peel explained how we did this in Fredonia at the Fredonia meeting earlier, Colonel Albert Houston asked. Yes, he did. And we will go with that after the announcement of Karen's passing. I would recommend saying that after she was informed that the leaders of Heaven's Devils were cannibals, she suffered the heart attack and died, Lieutenant Colonel Nora Houston suggested. That way, everyone can infer that that was the only cause of her death. Not being her usual aggressive her usual argumentative ass, Chief Peel added. Yes, that's a very good idea, Mayor Jensen agreed. Chief, the officer by the door called out, Derek Lawson and his karate team would like to start practicing. Looking at his watch and then at the mayor, shall we? Mayor Jensen looked at his watch and nodded, yes, let him in. Then he turned to Colonel Houston. We're having them do a demonstration before the meeting starts while people are coming in. Sounds great. What time are they supposed to wrap up? About 5 minutes before we start, Mayor Jensen said. Good, Kimberly smiled. What do you have in mind, Lieutenant? Colonel Albert Houston asked suspiciously. I'm only a first dan black belt in karate. I just want to see if he is willing to work with me one night a week. Mouths dropped open and eyes bugged out. Really? Nora asked. Hey, I spent all last summer with Diana Lee and Asanto and Ron Blackie, as well as the summer before. Try not to deviate from the outline too much, Albert said. Kimberly snapped to attention, saluting. Aye, aye, sir. When they returned to their seats as the karate team made their way to the wrestling mat, they returned to their seats as the wrestling team made their way to the mat. Michael had taken down the video of Karen Claudius dying in the video that the AV club was playing before returned to the screen. The AV club member that went to get the wireless mics returned with two throat mics and started fitting into Michael and Kimberly. Captain Larry Robinson, Zach Polson, and First Sergeant Carlos all had stacks of paper for those that were going to get training for the cab militia, enlist as a Marine, or enlist in the Saga, respectively. After the karate team warmed up, Chief Peel had his officers open the gymnasium door to let people in. Kimberly asked the AV club for another folding table to be put about 6 feet from the edge of the mat on their side. After about 5 minutes, Albert stood up and said he wasn't feeling like sitting for another 20 minutes and wanted to stretch his legs over by the water fountain. The others agreed. After a couple minutes, Kimberly had Michael and Nora follow her to the extra table. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the table and had Michael and Nora crowd close to her. They were leaning in against the table as she explained what the karate team members were doing. She also gave a little bit of critique and the errors she saw them when she saw them. Nora asked about belt rankings and how they work, and acted like a sponge soaking up the information. Kimberly was able to pull up a still functioning website that explained it better than she knew about higher Dan belts. That explained better than she knew about the higher Dan I'll put it right there. So how the higher Dan belts work. Nora, as Commander Smythe, didn't carry a cell phone, just one of the sat phones. Nora was engrossed in learning the karate information. About 10 minutes before the meeting was supposed to start, Derek Lawson stopped his students and asked if one of the Marines would like to spar a bit. Michael and Nora stepped aside and looked at Kimberly. Sure, Kimberly said, keying her throat mic. Just let me get my legs uncrossed and warm up a bit. She rolled onto her side, pushed herself up to a one-handed handstand, still with her legs crossed. Do you need a hand, Lieutenant? Nora asked with a C-H-U-C-K, with a chuckle. No, Kimberly answered, and she beat on her legs with a free hand. I just need to knock them loose. There we go, as her legs came uncrossed. Now to get the blood flowing in them again. She started swinging her leg side to side, front to back, while maintaining her handstand. There now, the blood's flowing in my legs. Now for the arms. She switched arms and started doing one-hand push-ups. She did 15 with her right arm and switched back and did 15 with her left arm. She held the index finger of her right hand down. She held the index finger of her right hand, showing it around the place, showing it around, then placed it on the table and lifted her left hand up, starting to do one-finger push-ups. At 10, she bent at her waist, leaned forward, unbalancing herself. So she started to fall towards the mat. Then at the last second, she straightened out her feet and landed on the floor. And she straightened out and her feet landed on the floor as she came upright. And Moon Over Miami came in. Woo! All right. Now, let me get some more water here. Oh, great. I forgot to fill my water bottle up. Let me take off real quick to the kitchen and fill up my water bottle. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's why I went and filled it up. Okay, wait a minute. I got one. So I'm not sure if Shady Hill and Moon are still over here, but I got comments from Walt and Troop and that one there. And so, yeah, okay. I could get, what I can see there is they're not reporting this number of people watching. Stupid YouTube. Okay, and came up straight. Then Kimberly rolled her shoulders, twisted her torso several times. All right, I'm loose. She started to walk towards the mat. Wait. Derek Lawson said as he held his hand up like a traffic cop, remove your weapons, gear, and boot. Kimberly cringed at her forgetfulness. Oops. I wear this so much of the time I forget I have it on. She unsnapped the clips holding her tactical vest to her body, shucked it off, held it out at shoulder height, and dropped it on the table. When it hit the table, when it hit the table with a reverberating thud, ice began to bug out. Next, she removed the plate carrier and dropped it next to her vest, again with a loud thud. Next, she removed her combat holster and set it gently on the vest. Then she unbuttoned and removed her MCCUU blouse and laid it over the tactical holster. Then she removed the dragon scale body armor and dropped it on the table with a thud. Finally, she took off her boots and socks. I feel so light, Kimberly commented as she started towards the mat again. Lieutenant, barked Nora. Hang on. I need to fix this right. COMMAND, Commander, SMYTHE. 1, 2, 3, 4. Barked Commander Smythe, Nora. When Kimberly turned back at her accent, you know the rule. She pointed to her own eye. Take it out first. Looking dejected, looking as dejected as she could, Kimberly stepped back to the table, fished a contact lens case from her blouse pocket. She bent over to somewhat hide what she was doing as she removed the contact lens and placed it in its case. Slipping the case back into the pocket, she pulled the pink eye patch out and slipped it on. While she was doing this, she said, using the throat mic, I'm only a first dan black belt in karate, but I have trained in other forms as well. So pick someone who will challenge me respectively. Tamara Moorhead, Derek Lawson said. She's a third dan black belt. She'll give you an honorable match. Good, Kimberly said as she turned and walked looking down. Hang on, I want to switch this around. Looking down at the floor. FL, there we go. Good, Kimberly said as she turned and walked to the mat, looking down at the floor. Put a comma here. Boom. A soft gasp came from the audience on her left side as she walked to her starting position. Tamara Moorhead was on her right and could not see the eye patch. Also, Tamara had her head bowed deeply and was looking at the mat. When Derek Lawson said bow, they both bowed and came up into fighting stance. Tamara flinched when she saw Kimberly. Karate only, Kimberly said softly. They circled each other, probing and jabbing. Suddenly, Tamara leaped at Kimberly with a twisting motion, kicked out with her fist, kicked out first with her left foot, aimed at Kimberly's chest. Kimberly's right hand came up and moved forward and caught the left leg just above the ankle as she pushed the leg to her right, so the foot passed by her right shoulder. She brought up her right elbow, keeping Tamara's left leg from dropping to the mat as was her plan. At the same time, her hand touched Tamara's left leg. Kimberly stepped forward with her left foot, bringing her left arm up to block Tamara's right leg, which was driving her foot at Kimberly's head. Kimberly's left arm connected just an inch above Tamara's knee. When that happened, Kimberly flexed her left wrist so that her hand hooked Tamara's right leg and kept it from sliding up Kimberly's arm and past the block. The right elbow lifted up and the left hand pulling down together stopped Tamara's twisting motion. When Kimberly's left arm made contact with the right leg, Kimberly continued her forward motion by stepping forward with her right foot. As soon as her shoulders reached Tamara's knees, Kimberly flexed her shoulders wide against the knees and pushed hard on Tamara's legs, moved them apart into the splits and down to keep her from regaining any footing to make her torso hit the mat hard enough to knock the air out of her. As Tamara dropped to the floor, Kimberly saw the contortion of pain on Tamara's face. Shit, Kimberly exclaimed to herself as Tamara hit the mat. When Tamara didn't pull her legs back together, her flank and her hands flew to her groin. Kimberly dropped down beside her. Don't try to pull your legs together. Let me do it. As Kimberly gently moved Tamara's legs together, she said, relax, let me do the work. That's it, relax your muscles. When she got her legs together, Kimberly asked Tamara, didn't black belt? No, Tamara answered through clenched teeth. He said it wasn't required. What? Kimberly exclaimed loudly through clenched teeth as her head snapped up to glare at Tamara's sensei. I need you get you to the locker room where I can fix you up in private. Is that okay with you? Yes, please. GR groaned in pain. Staff Sergeant, I need a hand carrying to the girls' locker room. Staff Sergeant Cole ran across the gym to her. By the time she got to Kimberly, 4 female karate students had gathered around to help carry Tamara. They started to pick her up. Don't try to help us. Just relax and be dead weight. Okay, Tamara said with a weak smile. The 6 of them carefully lifted Tamara up and carried her to the girls' locker room. As soon as Kimberly was out of the gym, sorry, there's a mess up here. Hang on. Delete. Comma. As soon as Kimberly was out of the gym, Derek Lawson turned and addressed the students. Pick up your bags and gear and head to your parents. Why haven't you taught us to do the split, Sensei? One boy asked, with obvious feelings of betrayal. Just do what you're told and get your stuff and go to your parents. Answer his question, Nora stated flatly in a heavy British accent. I don't answer to you. Chief Peel, are there laws about endangering children here? Yes, there are, several in fact, Chief Peel said, stepping to the edge of the mat. She's not law enforcement. She has no right to question me. Oh, yes, she does. The commander is assigned to MI6, and MI6 tasked her to work with the State Department as an interrogator working with federal agents and the military, Chief Peel replied. As senior federal agent in the area, I guarantee you will answer her questions one way or another. Federal Marshal Finley stood and smiled evilly. Mr. Lawson, how old are you? Hang on here. Hang on, I get it up here. How old are you? COMMAND, Commander MYTHENORA. How old are you, Commander Smythe? Nora demanded. 31. How old were you when you started karate? 9. What dan do you hold? Derek Lawson flinched when she used the proper term for black belts. 6 dan. How long have you held the rank of Roku Dan? 3.5 years. Nora stepped up on the mat, still wearing her combat boots. Interesting, she muttered. Why is that? Michael said, beginning to realize where Nora was going. When I earned my Yondan or fourth Dan, I had to have 9 years as a practicing black belt before I could even test for it. To earn Roku Dan, one must have 20 years as a practicing black belt. At 3.5 years, means he had to earn his Shodan or first Dan when he was about 7.5. That takes a minimum of 4 years to earn, which means he had to start earning belts at 3.5. But he said he started at 9, and since he has not been teaching his, I can't pronounce this word, but it's it basically means students. Gekuninis to do splits. It follows that he never learned to do them. Hence, he never earned a black belt. What a con artist, Michael hissed. And since he never earned a black belt, he's not allowed to award any belts at all, let alone black belt or higher. His awarding Miss Warhead a Yondan level placed her in danger whenever she fought a brown belt or higher, thus endangering her life. Police Chief Peel stepped onto the mat. Derek Lawson, you are under arrest for felony child through fraud. Derek Lawson turned to Chief Peel and took a fighting stance. Nora charged him, stopped a few feet shy of him, raised her left foot up in a standing split, and slammed it down on the mat and took a fighting stance of her own. Like I said, I took and passed my test for Yondan. I also studied Shaolin Kung Fu for 3 years while stationed in Hong Kong. Since June, I've been under intense training regimen in Jeet Kune Do under third level instructor Kimberly Jackson, aka Juby Chan. When she said that, all the karate students stood and took a fighting stance at Derek. If we fight, I won't kill you, Nora hissed in a deep grunt and a deep throatly growl. I will make you suffer in ways you can't imagine. She reached up and took off her mask, exposing the fake latex burned flesh mask that Corey made for her. And I know a thing or two about pain. Derek stared at the latex mask with bugging eyes and open mouth for several seconds until two of police chief of Chief Peel's officers and one of the deputy sheriffs tackled him and handcuffed him. As he was led away, Nora reattached her black mask. Michael stepped up to Nora and whispered, "Damn, Kimberly's," and whispered, "Damn, Kimberly's going to be so pissed that she missed you unmasking yourself. That was level 10 gnarly." I gobsmacked myself. I was so pissed at him when police chief said felony child endangerment. I didn't want him to get off easily by getting himself shot or killed. Several of the college students approached Nora, and one 10-year-old girl bowed and spoke, "Commander, could you teach us to do the splits?" Nora sucked in a deep breath in shock. Slowly, she let it out and spoke, "I am not a martial arts teacher. I need 4 more years to earn Godan and be a master. But you do it so well. Could you just teach us how to do the splits?" "Yes, please," another pleaded. And she was followed by more asking Nora to teach them. "We are late on getting the meeting started," Michael spoke up. "We will talk with you about it afterwards. So for now," hang on here. Damn it. Let me go back up here where I saw it. Forgot to copy something in here. Where did I put it? Dang it. I got reading. I forgot to copy. There it is. I need to copy this down and replace stuff so it matches the format here. Control C. There we go. Control V. Nora. Da, 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 da. Okay, hang on, I get in here. Okay, Nora charged him. Yeah, charged him. I got to put this in here. Sorry. Okay, so for now, get your gear and go sit with your parents, not your friends, your parents. Okay, Commander Smythe, Nora instructed. Nora returned to her seat and walked and Michael walked over Colonel Albert Houston. That was unexpected. Are there a lot of adults stupid like that? Unfortunately, there are a bunch of them. I thought Eleanor was going to kill him. If she had Kimberly's skills, she might have crippled him, but not killed him. Then Michael added, I got her presentation on and spreadsheet ready. I have no idea how long Kimberly will be with Tamara Moorhead, though. I'll go check Lieutenant Colonel Nola Houston from the table. Mayor Jensen walked up to the table and a hushed voice asked, how do you want us to proceed? We're ready to proceed. Just remember that Karen died of a heart attack after hearing the truth about Devil's Angels. Of course, I'm not about to mess that one up, Mayor Jensen said, swallowed hard and headed for the microphone headed to a microphone in a stand off to the left of the tables and in front of where the AV students sat at another table. As he got near, one of the AV club members hurried over and turned on the microphone. Mayor Jensen nodded thanks to him. Then clearing it, so he began. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming out this evening. Before we begin, I have some very sad news concerning Council Member Karen Claudius. About 45 minutes ago, we were meeting with tonight's guest panel. He swallowed hard again. Karen demanded to know why we weren't negotiating with Heaven's devils and offering them jobs. Numerous scoffs and snickers and smirks came from the audience. Federal Marshal Finley informed her that, quote, they have a job. It is to take over, to kill most of you and rape the rest. Their leadership are cannibals. They will rape children and eat their flesh while doing so. Those that survive will be made slaves to serve them. And there are over 5,000 more that are supposed to come here, unquote. Upon hearing this, Karen suffered a massive heart attack and died. Gasps came from across the audience. Whether they were from the quote of Federal Marshal Finley or from the news that Karen had died was anyone's guess. Mayor Jensen figured it was about 50-50. So shocking and important was the information provided by Federal Marshal Finley, we decided to continue with tonight's meeting. But I want you to know that our hearts go out to Karen's family at this difficult time. He paused and took a breath before continuing. I would like to turn over the mic to our police chief, Hanson Peel. He turned and walked to a couple of chairs that were set to the side of the AV club table. Police Chief Peel got up from the chair he was seated in and walked towards the microphone. The two stopped and shook hands as they passed each other. Chief Peel began solemnly. I wish to apologize for the actions we had to take against Derek Lawson this evening, but he endangered our youth even through fraud, but endangering of our youth, even through fraud, cannot and will not be tolerated. He paused for a moment. Fredonia City Marshal Jimmy Pratt and myself have been coordinating with passing information on to the Marine Corps, Army Rangers, and Federal Marshal Finley so they could deal with the motorcycle gang Heaven's Devils away from our homes. Last night, we were invited to participate in a video conference call with DHS Regional Special Agent in Charge Davies, Secretary of Homeland Security Daniels, General Donaldson of the Marine 4th Forcon, and Vice President Mitchell. Then he added that President Lepetamine joined the call to re-swear in 2 Marine lieutenants because their recruiter had made some errors and they wanted to rectify those immediately once they were known to keep those 2 amazing Marines in the Corps. Then he introduced Colonel Albert Houston. Albert pulled the microphone in front of him closer and stated that he and his wife had retired a year ago from active duty, but stayed active as reservists, and that General Donaldson had recalled them to active duty yesterday. And the vice president had charged him with the task of rebuilding the Marine 3rd Forcon, whose ranks had been decimated in the last few months. Also, that the Kaibab National Forest and the North Rim area of the Grand Canyon National Park had been set aside as a new Marine base called Camp Resurrection for the purpose of securing and protecting the area, and as the training base for the 3rd Forcon. Then he introduced both Majors Coopers and those at the table to his right. He skipped Michael and Kimberly at their request, and Commander Smythe Nora. Okay, hang on. I was wondering why I couldn't see. My glasses are all greasy and stuff from my eyelashes and stuff. Time to clean my glasses so I can see and not get a headache. Yeah, get these glasses cleaned here, nice and clean so I can see. Right on there. Let's make sure that everything is nice and clean. Come on. All right, that looks better. Oh yeah, I can see a lot better now. All right, but I need to get the goop out of my eyes. There we go. All right, then he added that if anyone with prior military experience was willing to re-enlist, they would be gratefully accepted, and that for the most part, their service would be local in training new recruits and defending the local area from criminals and gangs. Next, he stated that they would be training local residents to be part of the city militia under the command of Marshal Pratt for Arizona around Fredonia and Chief Peel for the city of Kanab, and Sheriff Albright for central southern Utah. Hang on here. Then said militias would work hand in hand with the Marine Corps in securing the area. The Jacob Lake Militia was under the command of Bob Miller, and they were working with Federal Marshal Charles Finley and a yet-to-be-named sergeant to provide base security until a sizable detail of Marines could be put together. He added that they have received word from General Donaldson that a team of Air Force PJs would be jumping in with equipment and uniform supply drop later this week. General Donaldson also stated that we will receive double what we requested for our tactical loadout with a drop. He also stated that the makeup of the PJs is 2 combat surgeons and 4 operating room certified technicians, and they're bringing over a ton of medical supplies with them. Applause, hoots, and hollers came from the audience. When the time comes this evening, those that wish to re-enlist and those over 18 who are those who are over 18 and those who are 16 and older and have their high school diploma who wish to enlist, line up with First Sergeant Young stations. Those who wish to receive training for the local militia should line up with Captain Robinson stations. Now, regarding Commander Smythe, some of you can tell that her uniform is not U.S. Navy. Colonel Houston looked over at Nora. Commander Smythe? Nora leaned forward to the microphone, and Michael quickly spoke up. If I may, Your Grace. He smiled when she turned her head to face Michael. As you wish, Nora said, smiling beneath their masks. Michael stood up, and as he did so, everyone at the table stood too. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm honored to present Her Grace, Eleanor Mary Elizabeth Smythe, daughter of Duke Anthony Robert Smythe and Lady Jessica Marguerite Windsor Smythe, who is the 4th cousin of King Arthur Philip George and his wife Elizabeth Coburg of Kent. Her Grace is the favorite cousin of their son, Prince Edward, Crown Prince of Wales. Michael turned and bowed to Nora and was followed by everyone else at the tables. Chief Peel and Mayor Jensen quickly stood and bowed. The karate students also quickly stood and bowed. Those near them to do likewise. This had a ripple effect on the rest of the audience. Once everyone was standing and either bowing or curtsying, Nora spoke and gestured out with out and down with an upheld hand. Please be seated. I'm here just as an officer of the Royal Navy and an agent of MI6, not as a representative of the royal family. When everyone's seated, Michael remained standing. Her Grace joined the Royal Navy on her 16th birthday at the Admiralty and was commissioned as a sub-lieutenant. She excelled in her duties. Over the next 5 years, received 3 promotions, the last to commander, which she believes Prince Edward had a hand in, but which I believe she also earnestly deserved. She was last stationed on the aircraft carrier Prince Richard and was caught in an aviation fuel fire, the results of which some of you saw. That is the reason she wears the mask. After initial recovery, she was assigned to MI6. 6 months ago, she was assigned as a class. She was assigned to a classified joint operation with the CIA. Lieutenant, hang on, let me put this on here. Nora spoke. The Vice President informed me today that the 3 operations have been declassified and are now military operations to assist law enforcement in dealing with criminal gangs. And I was assigned to Operation Shared Strength as your Vice President suspected. Operation Shared Strength was part of an was that Operation I again untie my tongue here. Operation Shared Strength was part of the operation that Lieutenant Jackson and myself were recruited into the CIA and inserted into the Marine 3rd Forcon, then assigned back to the CIA operation. Lieutenant Jackson was assigned Commander Smythe as a partner, and I was assigned MI6 operative Anthony Middleton. Commander Smythe is an expert in interrogations and has ascertained vital information about Heaven's Devils that not even the CIA interrogation team working with DHS Regional Special Agent in Charge Davies and the Vice President could not find out. Okay, hang on. I got to reread this. Yeah, Commander Smythe has ascertained vital information that they could not find out. Okay, I got it right. Just in the door to the girls' locker rooms open, Lieutenant Colonel Houston stepped out and held one of the double doors open, and Staff Sergeant Cole stepped out holding the other. Then Kimberly and Tamara came out. Tamara, her left arm draped over Kimberly's shoulders for support as she walked slowly. Tamara, with her left arm draped over Kimberly's shoulders for support as she walked for support. Walked slowly into the gym. As the audience saw her, they began applauding and cheer. They began to applaud and cheer. They were about halfway across the gym when Tamara pointed to the microphone stand. When they got to the microphone stand, Tamara cleared her throat and spoke. "I'm all right." I'm all right, just a little sore. I want everyone to know that it is not Juby Chan's fault. Mr. Lawson lied to me and told me I was better than I was. I'm not sure I'm even a brown belt. If I was a true 4th Dan black belt, I would not have been hurt at all. When I saw that it was Juby Chan I was supposed to fight, I almost peed myself. Laughter echoed throughout the gym. But before we started, she said to me, thinking that I was a 4th Dan black belt, I felt I could beat her as she was only a 1st Dan. Juby Chan used her training of pressure points to relax my muscles so they could return to normal and begin recovering. I'm still a bit uncomfortable. I'm still in a bit of discomfort, but I am not in a lot of pain. Just stiffness and soreness. Where are your parents? Kimberly asked. Near the top over there. Tamara pointed to an area where of the bleachers that was about even with the middle of the mat. I don't think I should try to climb up there. Can I sit in the empty chair by Commander Smythe? Sure thing. Mom, I'm going to sit with them so I don't have to climb up there. More laughter from the audience. Tamara's mom nodded yes and waved. And Mom, I'm so sorry I was a 10-pound baby. More laughter as they made their way to the empty chair. Once Tamara was seated, Kimberly moved to the table with her gear on it and began putting it back on. Colonel Albert Houston spoke. So you all have a clear understanding of the magnitude of the threat of Heaven's Devil's purpose in this area. Commander Smythe will go over the data she recovered from the leaders of the Heaven's Devil's groups that we have encountered thus far. Michael brought up the scans of the orders to the chapter president that Nora had deciphered. Nora explained the code they used and what it all meant. Then she added, "This is a short clip from yesterday's interrogation video that was sent to the Vice President and Secretary of Homeland Security." The video played. It was Nora questioning a man named Eddie. After she extracted all he knew about the gang's plans, she changed up the questioning as to what his favorite foods were and got him to slip up and admit that he and Monk had eaten some of their young victims. Then she said, then she had Archer remove Monk's headphones and duct tape from his mouth. "Monk," she began sweetly, "do you know what Eddie just told me?" Monk answered no. "He just said the two of you enjoy eating some of your victims." "You idiot," Monk screamed. "Why did you tell her that? You lie about that shit." The video froze and vanished from the screen. There were gasps from just about everyone in the audience. The scanned document came back up. "This part here talks about the North Rim and how many they're planning to send here," Nora said as Michael scrolled to that part and it showed 5,500 listed for the North Rim. "That is almost the population of both Fredonia, Arizona, and Kanab," Nora said. "We believe that they're planning to take over Fredonia once their people are here, and I suspect they're hoping to do. Hang on, I forgot a word here. Hoping to do it by your Thanksgiving Day, and then possibly take over Kanab by Christmas or New Year's Day." "How many have you eliminated?" Mary Jensen quickly asked. Approximately 470. That leaves a little over 5,000 are supposed to be heading this way. However, Nora said quickly and loudly, "I have found reports that several thousand biker gang members were in Las Vegas when an earthquake during an intense rainstorm caused the soil there to liquefy and the entire city to sink into the sand. We are hoping that most of those that were scheduled to come here were those in Las Vegas, and they are now dead. That is what we are hoping for, but Homeland Security is trying to verify the numbers from the reports that were just set aside after Las Vegas sank," Colonel Houston said. "That is another reason we want to train militias for Fredonia, Kanab, and southern Utah, as well as recruit former military and new recruits." "Excuse me, Colonel, I have a couple questions. What exactly will former military be doing, and what is your kill ratio so far?" a man in the audience asked. "We will try to keep you in your MOS if possible, but mainly you will be support staff for Camp Resurrection and helping train new recruits and providing ground support for tactical teams that have already been trained. If you are trained on the Mark 19, you'll be training others how to use it. If you're proficient with M224 mortar or M252 mortar, you'll be training others how to use it. And your kill ratio so far, 470. To what? We don't say, we don't jinx ourselves." Colonel Houston stared hard at the man. So don't you jinx us either, understand?" The man nodded with a smile. "What have you been using as your primary weapons? Claymores, Juby Chan and Sure Shot, Michael answered. I get the Claymores, but the other two? On the screen, one of the AV club members said into their microphone. The screen display, the last demonstration at T9 Tactics were T9 Tactics. When Kimberly did her backflip, the video stopped. That is Juby Chan. Yesterday, she used that Hattori Hanzo katana and decapitated 39 of the Heaven's Devils and captured 9 and rescued 2 prisoners in less than a minute. The day before, she slept behind 40 motorcyclists in the Albuquerque chapter convoy. She had 2 Car 15s with suppressors and 90-round drum magazines. With one in each hand, she ran up between 2 columns of motorcycles from behind, double tapping every passenger and driver. She killed 37 and then knocked out the front 2 and took them prisoner. Michael said with obvious pride, also in less than a minute. I'm almost afraid to ask about Sure Shot. She uses a 72 caliber subsonic silent sniper rifle. Damn. What was your MOS? Colonel Houston asked. Army R12 interior electrician. All hail the keeper of the power of the gods, Kimberly said as she stood up and bowed to him with arms held up. The man laughed. You make being an electrician sound super cool. It is, Kimberly replied. Only those endowed by the gods should handle their lightning bolts. All right. You would be assigned to your MOS, and we are building barracks, training facilities, and a chow hall, and all need to be wired, Colonel Houston said, trying to suppress the laughter. The man nodded and sat down. Like I said, we will try to put you into your previous MOS unless you want to send hate downrange, Colonel Houston clarified. Colonel, Kimberly spoke. Yes, Lieutenant. May I? Go ahead. Master Sergeant, if you please. Peyton nodded and said, Staff Sergeant, and they rolled in a wooden man out onto the mat. Excuse me. Ooh, that was a nasty burp. This is how I'm staying awake right now. I only got 2 hours of sleep last night. And it's very carbonated. And carbonated drinks give me big burps. All right. As she walked to the mat, Kimberly spoke. Everyone, officers included, will participate in PT and martial arts training. This is the Muren Hong or Wooden Man post. She stopped walking when she was in front of it. This is a training tool used in various styles of Chinese martial arts, most notably that of Wing Chun and other kung fu styles in southern China. Her right with the wooden man's left arm, then dropped as her left hand came up slowly and made a snapping but light contact with the wooden man's right arm. She repeated the moves and added an inside sweep block with her right foot. You start slow to build muscle memory, like writing your name or tying your shoes. She repeated the last sequence and added moving her left hand down from the wooden man's right arm and slapping the center arm. As you develop correct movement slowly, you build correct muscle memory. She repeated the last sequence and added stepping back down with her right foot and brought her right hand up. Hang on. take the cane out of, and brought her right hand up and again made contact with the wooden man's left arm. As you build memory, her left hand came up quicker and made contact with the wooden man's left arm as her right hand came down, slapping the center arm. The faster you can move and strike accurately. Suddenly, she was a blur of strokes, kicks, and blocks for the next 20 seconds. Suddenly, she froze with the wooden man to her right and her fingers barely touching the post. Her right elbow bent slightly. She held this pose for 3 seconds, then her fingers curled into a fist and she struck the post without pulling back and drove it 3 feet away from her before it fell over with a heavy thud on the mat. She drew herself up straight and turned to the audience, who were mostly staring open mouth at her. We will also be teaching pistol and rifle training, but in semi-automatic mode. We do not have an endless supply of ammunition. Most factories were destroyed and need to be rebuilt. She paused and looked down while again her index fingers were tapping quickly on her thighs. While she was talking, Master Sergeant Peyton Grimm and Staff Sergeant Lynette Cole picked up the wooden man and put it back on the moving dolly and rolled it out of the gym. And we're back down to our original 4 watching. Out of the gym. After several seconds, she continued. I have received requests from several teens at Jacob Lake and relayed requests from several teens in Fredonia and here in Kanab to receive special training. A few of the teenagers squealed with anticipation. Due to the current situation with Heaven's Devils and the possibility of other gangs coming here, and the impending lack of food and possible winter die-off in the area, I don't see myself being able to come here more than one afternoon a week to set right the errors of Derek Lawson. I will be spending most of my time training the current Marines, returning military personnel, and new recruits and members of the militia this winter. I'm sorry, I don't see any way to be able to come here to train you as much as you and I would like. She looked down and rubbed the back of her head slowly. Excuse me, Lieutenant, Tamara spoke. Are you going to offer us the opportunity to join your special operations group? Who spilled the beans to you? Kimberly asked as she put her hands on her hips and tilted her head as she looked at Tamara. I don't know who did, but the rumor mill is saying you are recruiting teenagers for some special training. Kimberly took a big breath and blew it out. Yes, I am putting together a SOG team, that special operations group, with very special training. Anyone that is 16 or 17 and wants to enlist in my special operation group, raise your hand. Kimberly looked around the room and did a quick count, over 50. She noticed several teens and parents arguing. I want you all to understand that I wish that none of you would ever have to kill to protect your families. That means both teens and parents. Hang on. I need to emphasize the and. Teen. I wish that Michael and I could protect you all without any help. Kimberly paused and looked around, but that is not going to happen. There are too many of them. The best I can do is to train those that see the need and want to help, to train them so they will survive the job. Hang on here. Okay. Does anyone get that? She looked around and saw blank faces. Is there anyone who does not understand that? Now she saw a lot of heads shaking no. All right. Basic Marine Boot Camp is 13 weeks. My SOG Team Basic Boot Camp will be 16 weeks. Then we'll move on to intermediate training for 8 months. This includes School of Infantry and other advanced training. That ends the first year. Those that pass will be placed in Stage 1 advanced training. Those that don't pass intermediate training will be given the option of retraining or transferring to a regular MOS. That's military occupational specialty. Is there anyone who does not understand that? Raise your hand if you need me to explain it again. No hands were raised. Next is the Stage 1 advanced training, and that is 6 months. And it's so much harder than intermediate training. It is medical training plus continuing PT. And more. Those that pass it will be placed in Stage 2 advanced training, which is 5.5 months, and it is harder still. This is survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, aka SEER. Those that pass SEER will be placed in Stage 3 advanced training, which is 4 months. Hang on here. 6 months, 5.5, which is 4 months. It has math, has a lot of math, geometry, and trigonometry. That is sniper school and forward observer training. During all of this training, those of you who have not finished high school will also be studying English, math, history, and there will be no BS fluff classes. Everyone, recruit and SOG team member, your days will be from 0500 to 2200 if you are lucky and you stay on top of your training. Now to answer some questions that were raised at the meeting in Fredonia. What is the primary objective of the SOG? The primary objective is deleting the enemy without them knowing we are there until it's too late and we are already leaving. Hopefully most of the time it will be from a mile or more away. Other times we'll be doing ninja close quarters killing, and even doing close quarter rescues of prisoners. For these type of operations, we'll be using 10mm pistols with suppressors, 10mm carbines with suppressors. Hang on here. Compound bows and crossbows. Hang on, I got to change this stuff here because I wanted to put something in here and I forgot. Compound bows, crossbows, and blade, W-E-A-P-O, and blade weapons. We will master and use conventional and unconventional warfare to eliminate these threats to our families. Why 16 and 17-year-olds? One reason is, for the most part, 16 and 17-year-olds are maturing enough to deal with the realities of this life. However, there will be aberrations that will be brought into the training as well. Another reason is because their bodies are still developing quickly, and they can adapt to a strength building regimen immediately, and will therefore build muscles than an adult without adding as much bulk, and still be able to stay extremely flexible. Why shouldn't they just wait until they're 18 to enlist? As I said before, basic boot camp is 13 weeks. Following that is School of Infantry, and is this and is the second stage of initial military Marine training, and that is 14 weeks. If they are assigned an MOS other than infantry, that school is generally 6 weeks. But for now, most will be infantry until we get the other training schools set up and running. With the SOG, it'll be over 2 years before their initial training is complete. As one new recruit put it to her father, hang on, I need to put a quote here on this. Which is safer, 13 weeks of training over 2 years of super training? Hang on. Which is safer for me, 13 weeks of training or over 2 weeks of super training? Other fun facts. In 4 weeks, you'll be running 10 miles every morning, and within 6 weeks, you'll do that with a 50-pound pack. By 8 weeks, you'll also have an additional 30 pounds of personal gear on and body armor. Push-ups, pull-ups, rope climbs, sit-ups, upside-down squats, log carries, tire drags, and more. We will hammer and beat your bodies into what you need them to be to protect your families. Now, those that are 16 or 17 and still want to be in the SOG, and your parents are agreeable to this, if you haven't graduated high school, bring one parent down here and line up on the edge of the mat, starting in this corner, going that way. Kimberly pointed to the corner to her left, going away from her. Then she continued, for those parents who are not in favor of you enlisting, bring the most opposed parent down here and line up from the same spot, but going this way. She indicated across the front of the mat. As a couple of teens and their chosen parent made their way to the mat, Kimberly nodded to Captain Robinson, who stood and called up, those who wish to enlist, and those over 18 who wish to enlist, will line up at First Sergeant's Young Station. Those who wish to receive training for the militias, line up at my station. Michael, could you help me out there? Tamara asked. What about your parents? One of them will come, she smiled half-heartedly. You hope. I hope, she said as Michael and Nora lifted her up from the sitting up to a standing position. Whoa, I feel better than when I was sitting. Then, with Michael's arm for support, she walked out to the mat. The first teenager to stand in the starting point on the mat was a boy and his mother. As he took his place, he happened to glance over and saw Tamara being helped up. He quickly moved over a bit from his mother to save room for Tamara. As Tamara and Michael got close, as Tamara and Michael got close, he motioned to her that he was saving a spot for her. As Tamara got close to the place the boy was saving for her, he held up his right forearm for her to take hold of. This doesn't mean I will go out with you, Tamara said as she gave him an annoyed look. I'm not asking you to. I'm just being a gentleman, he replied as he gave her a slight nod. A leopard can't change his spot, she sniped, starting to sound angry. That's right, and once again, the rumors are lies. He sighed and softened his look. When they turned from looking at each other and looked forward, they saw Michael staring at them with his arms crossed. What? They both said at the same time. What rumors? Michael asked. that when he has sex with a girl, he goes ahead and dumps her, Tamara said. He's done it several times for now. But I don't believe them. What? Tamara almost shouted. I haven't heard that. That's probably because it was the guys you said no to that were saying that to other guys to get back at you for turning them down. Tamara, did you hear any of the guys talk about how Michael pointed to the boy, was bragging about his conquest? No, Tamara answered, not sounding sure. When a guy makes it with a girl, he usually brags about it, and one way or another, everyone hears about his bragging. Who did you hear about his sexual conquest from? Michael asked. The girls. Did you hear about it from the girls he did it with? Were they complaining about him? No, just other girls who were talking mean about the girls who were stupid enough to sleep with him. A light went on in her head as she exhaled heavily. I'm sorry, Bobby. So you were both being told lies about the other. Gee, who does that sound like? Happened to them for several years, Michael asked as he turned around and walked off towards Kimberly. Then over his shoulder, he said, oh yeah, Kimberly and me. I'm sorry the way I treated you. You had faith in me and I believed the worst about you. If you really did, why did you take the place I saved for you? And why did you put your hand on my arm for support? Bobby asked. I don't think you really believed the lies. I guess I didn't want to believe, but I acted like I did. Tamara's mom stepped up beside her. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, I need to get my life straightened out, Tamara sighed. When Kimberly started to talk, Kimberly slid the hand she had on Bobby's arm forward till her hand slid into his and their fingers interlocked. Kimberly realized that the parents would need to stand behind their teens to fit everyone around the mat. We are starting to get a bit too crowded, so parents, please stand behind your teenager. 27 with approval, 33 without, Michael commented. Well, let's get this started, Kimberly said, with a bit of grim determination. First, I would like to say to the youth, I am proud of you for wanting to do a hard task. Kimberly looked around at the teens, the same age as her and Michael, or a year younger. Next, I want to address the parents. I respect your love and concern for your children. To many of you, they are still your babies and shouldn't be doing this. I agree. Heck, they shouldn't want to do this. But the events in this world have forced a lot of changes on all of us. I would much rather, as much as I love being a Marine, I'd rather be in a world where I could be getting pregnant, raising babies and livestock, and doing gardening. But it is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. She moved to stand in front of and looking at the parents that were opposed to their children enlisting. I have several questions for those who don't want their children to enlist. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If you believe that your son or daughter is amazing, raise your hand. Every parent raised their hand. That's what I thought. Go ahead and put your hand down. If you or your spouse is going to join the militia and take the training, put your left hand on your child's shoulder. 12 placed their hand on their teenager's shoulder. Several of the teens were startled. If you or your spouse are going to enlist or re-enlist, put your right hand on your child's shoulder. 8 placed their hands on on their teenager shoulders. Again, several teens were startled. Two were wide-eyed because their parent put both hands on their shoulders. Mom, one of the girls cried as she spun around. You're re-upping? Yes, dear, your father's going to join the militia. We need you to help keep your eye on your brothers and sisters. Why didn't you say something up in the bleachers? We were hoping until we could explain at home. Kimberly stepped over them and cleared her throat. The daughter turned around and spoke. When the daughter turned around, she spoke. Your parents are making an important choice that leaves you with a hard task. In some ways, it's harder than you enlisting. Can you stand up for that challenge? The girl nodded reluctantly. We will be having additional militia training courses after your father has completed his. Talk with your parents to see if you can take the next course to help your father in the militia. The girl nodded more enthusiastically. Guard the whole home front well. Kimberly snapped to attention, saluted the mother and daughter. Until later. The mother returned to salute. Thank you. As the mother and daughter stepped out of line, Kimberly stepped over to the father and daughter. The daughter was still facing forward, but had tears streaming down her face. Sir, Kimberly began, what are you doing? Re-upping. No, Dad, please don't, the daughter cried out as she spun around and buried her head into her father's chest. It was so hard of us the last time you were in, especially on Lily. Don't do that to her again. Let me do it this time, please. What? He stammered. What do you mean, especially hard on Lily? She would get so depressed every time you left. That's why she was acting out and causing problems. Let me go this time. So you want to be Mulan? Go serve in your father's stead? The daughter turned her head, keeping the hug on her father. Yes, please. Please don't let him re-up. Oh, baby girl, the father said as he wrapped his arms tightly around her. If they have enough to teach mortars, I'll stay home. What was your MOS? Lieutenant Colonel Houston asked from behind the lineup. 0341, First Sergeant Bayer. How long have you been out? Coming up on 2 years. Well, First Sergeant, if you re-enlist as a reservist, it would be 1 week in the month and 6 months to teach. Since you do an 8-hour day, you'd be coming home every night. He would come home every night? The daughter asked to clarify, hopefully. Yes, Nora said. Is Lily here? Kimberly asked. Yes, she's in the bleachers with Mom. You two go talk with her. Kimberly smiled and motioned with her head for them to leave. Thank you, Juby, she replied. They were about 15 feet away when Kimberly called off to her. Hey, Milan, if your parents agree, there will be a spot for you. Then she turned to the teens with reluctant parents again. You 6 whose parents are going to enlist or re-enlist. Thank you for your wanting to enlist, but step out. I will not take you until such time as your parent tells me you can enlist. 5 dejected parents looked at teens and stepped away with their parents. The 6th was held in place by her father, and he spoke. Lieutenant, if you can convince me it's better for Cassie to enlist than me, I will let her enlist. The daughter turned around to her father with a shocked expression on her face. Really? She asked hopefully. Only if the lieutenant can convince me. She hugged him so tightly that he grunted. Sounds to me like she's in better shape than you are, Michael quipped. What was your MOS? 8531. Marksmanship instructor, what was your rank? Lieutenant Colonel Houston asked. Master Sergeant. How long have you been out, Master Sergeant? Nola inquired. Master Sergeant, blank, 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 Nola inquired. Rybeck, Gene, 18 months, he said, added. Then he added, back to you, Lieutenant. Kimberly nodded in agreement to the conditions and held one finger indicated that she would be back to him, and then spoke. The 10 who have a parent that is joining the militia, thank you for wanting to enlist, but step out. I will not take you until such time as your parents tell me you can enlist. However, you might talk to your parents about you joining the militia with them, either in the same course or the next course. As they stepped away, one boy could be heard asking, "Can I join with you, Mom?" And looked at her puzzled, so Nora spoke. My son busted his butt to graduate high school a year early and harped on his father and I for 6 months so he could enlist in the Corps and serve with his parents. He serves in the Marine Corps law enforcement program just like we did. I was so proud when he made it into the program. The mother looked at Nola for several seconds and then nodded. Then they walked away. Her son, and then they walked away. And then as they walked away, she said to her son, let's talk to your father about that. Kimberly spoke to the remaining 15 reluctant parents. Could you all move together on this side of the mat? She pointed to the side of the mat that was opposite where most of the others were lined up. As you have seen, there are other options for open for you to do. Open for you. Hang on here. Open. There are other options open to you to do. Excuse me. I'm still burping from that carbonated energy drink. You don't have to be a Marine to help protect your family. I'm so proud of all of you for wanting to be a Marine. Kimberly glanced down a second before continuing. Parents, do any of you have reservations I might be able to address that would change your current position? One parent quickly raised their hand. Tom has showed us the many videos of you two and your demonstrations, and you two are obviously well trained. But can you give me any solid assurance that Tom will be safe from harm if he enlists? Kimberly stepped closer to them and looked from the father, son, and back. Suddenly she caught a whiff of something. She leaned closer and closer. She leaned in close and sniffed, then straightened back up. Tom, look me in the eyes. How much do you want to join my side? Very much, I'll do anything. I want you to tell me the truth, or you will never be allowed to join even after you're 18. Ever. Is that clear? Suddenly, a very nervous Tom stammered, yes. He swallowed hard. How many girls are you having sex with? Kimberly asked matter-of-factly. Tom's eyes shot open wide and his jaw dropped. Not a sound came out for several seconds. How did you know? Kimberly's hand came up quickly, stopped the father from saying a word. I could smell them on you. How many? 3. Total or currently? Currently at different times or days. How many have you had? How many total have you had sex with? 5. Are you using a condom? No, they don't like the smell or feel. He stated, looking back to his father. Don't look at him, look at me. Kimberly snapped. If I allow you to join, you will not have sex for the next 2.5 years. including with your hand, or you're out. Dishonorable discharge and all the disgrace that follows thereafter. Is that clear? Yes, what? Yes, Lieutenant. Kimberly looked at the father. I can assure you he won't be catching any STDs for the next 2.5 years. Fine. His butt is yours, the father glared at his son. Not mine, Staff Sergeant Cole's. Kimberly chuckled and motioned for them to go to the other side of the mat. Any other horn dogs that want to come forth voluntarily, or do I have to dime you out? When no one moved, she said, okay, I guess I'll just have to sniff you out and kick you out permanently. What? One girl exclaimed. After asking you to come forward and you didn't, if I have to sniff you out, then you are not worthy to be a Marine and you'll be banned from ever joining. I will ask Chief Peel and Sheriff Albright to ban you from joining the militia. Hang on here. Crap, the girl said and stepped forward. The girls, and I'm a recovering slut. Her mother gasped. What do you mean recovering slut? Kimberly asked. I've had sex with 14 different boys this year. Back in October, I saw the YouTube video of your demonstration from the 4th, and what you said that if you are currently currently intimately active, you can stop and promise yourself not to do it again until you're married. That's what I did. I stopped. Well, Laney, are you willing to take on extra PT? Yes, please. Mrs. Jacobs, what will I have to do for you to let Laney enlist? I was mostly concerned that she would wind up having sex before she met the right boy. She already did that, and thanks to you, and thanks to your online talk, she stopped. She can join up. Okay, Laney, go line up on the other side, and then start doing push-ups so you can't do anymore. Then do sit-ups so you can't do anymore. Then back to push-ups. Yes, Juby, Lieutenant. The proper response to being given an order is aye, and the rank of the person giving the order. Aye, Lieutenant. Laney smiled broadly. Now, who else is going to come forward or be banned? 3 boys and 2 girls stepped forward. Kimberly lowered her head and said, Lieutenant Moore, your turn. Michael stepped up to the first boy. Name, Robert James, age 17. First time? About 9 months ago. Last time, October 2nd. Have you stopped? Yes. Why? She saw the video on the 4th and said we had to stop. Did you put up any kind of argument? No. He's lying, Lieutenant Colonel Houston said. The colonel works as a human lie detector for the Marine Corps law enforcement program, Michael said. Mr. James, your preference is granted. Robert, you're out. Robert was overcome with shock as he was led away by his father with his mouth hanging open. Michael stepped over to the next boy. Marcus Young, 17. I was 15, a year ago when she moved. The mother asked, Kathy, she was so nice. She was more than nice, Marcus said softly. A heartbreaker, huh? We were planning our majors in college and getting married. Mrs. Young sucked in a breath. Have you written, emailed, texted, Instagrammed her? Michael asked. For 6 months, then she stopped. A week later, I found her mom texted that Kathy was hit by a drunk driver walking home from school. She and 3 others were killed. Mrs. Young, what would it take to change your mind about Marcus enlisting? Nothing. He's too frail of a boy. I just let him come up here so you could tell him that he's too frail to join any of this. I'm not frail, Marcus protested. I'm in better shape than 90% of the guys. And if you hadn't talked the principal into not letting me graduate last May, I'd be in the military already. Kimberly put the earpiece for a radio in. 04C1. What class are you taking now? Major Cooper responded, go ahead. Is Marcus Young on the list? 2 weightlifting and 1 gymnastics. Affirmative, we're on the way back. We're on the way back. 37 signed diplomas. Copy that. Kimberly smiled. Marcus turned to Kimberly with an angry face, ready to retort at her, but stopped when she saw the broad smile on her face. Yes? What branch were you going to enlist if you'd graduated last May? Marines. My recruiter had set me up for MOS 2336, explosive ordnance disposal technician. But my mom conspired with the principal to keep me from graduating. Definitely not frail, Kimberly said. The principal is on his way back with your diploma. You can join without your mother's permission. Go ahead and stand on the other side. Yes, Marcus shouted. Yes, shouted Marcus as he jumped up in the air, throwing a fist high. Wait, you can't do this, Mrs. Young objected. It's done, and you're lucky not to be going for jail for a conspiracy to commit at her. Go take your seat. He stepped up to the last boy. Peter Williamson, 16, the night the asteroid was announced, and the last time, the night the asteroid was announced. Kimberly snickered, and when Peter looked at her, she said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Please tell us what happened. We had been secretly dating for about 9 months when we heard the news about the asteroid going to hit the Earth. We freaked out and we got stupid. Then we heard the correction update and we got very sorry, sort of. What do you mean, sort of, Michael asked. We stopped seeing each other a couple days later. Now I want to get back together, but she's blocked my calls, emails, and texts. She won't look at me at school. I know it's my fault, and I want to let her know that I'm very sorry. I wish we could get back together, but I'm afraid that I will be stupid again. I really want to marry her. You sound like she's here on the mat, Michael said. Who is she? No, Peter snapped back. I will not expose her to humiliation because of my actions. I will step out before I do that. That's my little man, his mother said softly. No, came a voice from across the other side of the mat. I will step out. You always wanted to be a Marine like your grandfather. It was my fault, not yours. Name, Kimberly shouted. Rhonda Snyder. Front and center. Rhonda ran to Kimberly and blurted out, please make him stay in. Kimberly, hang on. Kimberly walked around Rhonda several times. Suddenly, Rhonda looked down and started crying and choked out. I messed things up, didn't I? Explain. I should have told him what I was feeling, including what I was afraid of. That would have made it easier on him, maybe you too, Kimberly stated. Mr. Snyder started to cross the mat, but Kimberly held up an index finger and put her finger to her lips. Did you tell anyone else? No, I was too embarrassed. I wanted to tell my parents, but I didn't want them to know I failed them. Why would they think that? Because I felt that I did fail them. I failed myself. I failed Peter. I failed everyone. No, you didn't, the father said. You tripped and fell, not failed. There's a big difference. You just tried to give up a dream to protect Peter. That's not failing. She turned and ran to her father and threw her arms around him. What do I do, Daddy? What do you want to do? Do you want him? Do you want to be a Marine and have this training? What is it you really want? Rhonda thought for a minute, then let go of her father and walked up to Kimberly. I need your help. Kimberly walked up to Kimberly. I need your help. Ugh. Ugh. The best laid plans. Hang on, I need to put something here. The best laid schemes of mice and men go off astray and leave us naught but pain and sorrow for promised joy, Kimberly said. What? I asked Michael to marry me. He said yes and set the date 22 months out because our parents didn't believe we could fall in love at first talk. And I agreed with 22 months. We thought it was cute. 2 nights ago, I had to withdraw my proposal and cancel everything. I did it wrong. Michael did it wrong. The two of us did it wrong, Kimberly sighed. The best laid schemes of mice and men oft go astray and leave us naught but pain and sorrow for promised joy. But you fixed it, right? Yes, but we almost blew it again, but we figured it out. Help me do it right. You can't. I can't? Oh, I can't. She turned with a smile and walked towards Peter. The best laid schemes of mice and men oft go astray and leave us naught but pain and sorrow for promised joy. Rhonda stopped. But if I can't fix it and Peter can't fix it, then who can? We have to fix this. The best laid schemes of mice and men go off astray and leave us naught but pain and sorrow for promised joy. What is it you really want? I want to marry Peter. That's what you really want? That's it? No. I want both of us to be part of your SOG. So you two will be your own little family in the Corps? No. I want his family and my family to come together as one. And she didn't respond, but just chewed on her lips, thinking. After 15 seconds, she looked at Kimberly. I'm so stupid. She turned and walked to her father, grabbing him by the hand. She dragged him over where Peter was. Then she walked up to Peter's mother, please, and held her hand out to her. Peter's mother stared at Rhonda like she was some impotent hussy. Then they looked at each other for about 20 seconds when Peter's mother saw a tear slowly moving down Rhonda's cheek. Please. Peter's mother exhaled hard and stepped forward. Rhonda had Peter's mother stand facing her father while she faced Peter. Peter, I can't fix this and make it right. You can't fix this and make it right either. Neither can my parents or your parents. You and I can't fix this together. Neither can our parents fix it together and make it right. Only all of us working together can fix this and make it right. But you must start it off. What do you really want? I want to be a man of honor, to do what's right by you, by my mother. And by my mother. I want to spend my life with you. But I don't want to lose my mother or my family. I want to be a good husband. I want to be a Marine like Grandpa. I want to protect this country. I want to be friends with your father. Mr. Snyder straightened up at that and looked more closely at Peter. Peter turned to his mother. Mom, I love you. I also love Rhonda. I want and need your blessing to ask her to marry me and be part of our family. I will give up my dream to be a Marine like Grandpa if you give your blessing. If you give me your blessing to marry her. Peter, you're only 16-year-olds, and just like Marguerite was when she asked to get married, a voice boomed. Grandpa? Dad? Kimberly turned around and saw a man in MCUs at the table where Kimberly had set her gear earlier. He looked a little younger than Albert Houston. Then she spotted the single star insignia on the front of his blouse. "Attention on deck," she shouted loudly and came to attention and saluted. A couple of metal folding chairs hit the floor when their occupants quickly stood. "As you were," the general called out as he walked over to Kimberly. "Good eyes, Lieutenant." And then he chuckled loudly. "The best laid schemes of mice and men go off the stray and leave us naught but sour pain and sorrow for promised joy. ? He chuckled again. "Not many officers know the correct quote." Then added, "Follow." And he walked towards her as he walked towards his daughter. As he passed by Kimberly, she saw the name on his blouse, Marquest. She sucked a breath. General Marquest chuckled again. "I take it, sir. I take it that Philip is your son and Penny your granddaughter. Why would you say that? You chuckled when I read your last name and sucked a breath." "Yes, I am, and they are here in town now." "Thank you for bringing them here, sir." And she snuffled. He stopped and without looking at her. "They mean that much to you that you would start crying here and there, okay?" "Yes, sir. I thought I had failed them." He turned around. "You saved them. If it weren't for you, they would have stayed in Tempe and the tsunami would have gotten them for sure. They wouldn't have gotten the ham radio and sent me their frequency, and I wouldn't have been able to track them down and bring them here." Kimberly smiled broadly and wiped the tears of joy from her eyes. "Thank you, sir." "No, thank you, Captain," he smiled. "Captain?" "It's the least I can do." He turned and continued to his daughter. As he walked by, he said, "Captain, you're out of uniform." As he walked by Michael, he said, "Captain, you're out of uniform." Michael blinked and looked at Kimberly, who was a Marquist. "Penny's grandfather," she whispered. "Margaret," he said in a way that had so many undertones. "Dad?" "I have been listening." Margaret let out a sigh. "Peter, you have my blessing to marry Rhonda and join the Marines." Peter reached over and hugged his mom. "One more," Rhonda said, and she gestured to the father with a tilt of her head. Peter turned to Rhonda's father and knelt before him like he was before royalty. "Mr. Snyder, I humbly beg for Rhonda's hand in marriage." Mr. Snyder raised an eyebrow at Peter's kneeling. "On condition that you follow Lieutenant's rule of no sex." "Of course," he said quickly. 2, you not marry her till you both have completed boot camp. Agreed. 3, I prefer, but is not required, you to wait until you both completed the intermediate phase of your training. He finished with a smile. I will do it if she agrees to it," Peter said deliberately. "Excellent," Kimberly said. "Now move to the other side." When she turned to the two girls that admitted to having sex. "Name," she said to the first one. "Tammy Jones, 16, 13 months ago, 2 hours ago, just one partner." Kimberly arched an eyebrow. "You must be serious about him." It's not a him, and no, we're not serious about each other. What do you call it? Then what do you call it then? "Stress and sexual anxiety release," Tammy said. "What?" "Mutual preventative masturbation to prevent being enticed by a boy before we are ready." The girl next to her spoke up. "Lisa Pratt, 16. Yeah, I figured that if we release the tension desires before we go on a date with a boy, we aren't going to have all the pent up sexual desires to get naked with him, Tammy said. And so we won't have sex and get pregnant or get any STDs, or at least it started to continue. Okay, we get it, Kimberly said. I understand it, but it ends now or step out. Okay, both girls said. Kimberly looked at the fathers, who were very pale. Why didn't you want them to enlist? Mr. Pratt spoke first. I was afraid they would start having sex before they were ready, and that is no longer an issue. Are you sure you can keep them from having sex again? Even if it's just, he didn't say the rest. If they do, they will be sorry. They will get 2 weeks of extra hard PT before we kick them out. Will that work? That'll have to. He turned to Lisa. Lisa, your mother and I never gave you the goal of waiting until you were married. That was our fault. I understand your plan. I don't agree with it, but it's over. Please don't disappoint us again. Lisa replied, I'm sorry I disappointed you and Mom. I promise I will not have any type of sex until I get married. Good, Mr. Pratt smiled. She can enlist if she still wants to. I do, Lisa said quickly. Mr. Jones? Tammy, wait, Dad, I need to apologize first. Go ahead, he said softer than he said her name. I apologize for violating the spirit of the contract I signed. She quickly held up a finger. I found a loophole, and like an idiot, I thought I could exploit it without any consequences. The loophole was that the contract said I would not have sex with a boy. I reasoned that a girl was not a boy and therefore okay. I was wrong because it violated the spirit for which it violated the spirit of what it was for. I'm so sorry. I accept your apology. Now I have another contract to make with you before you state your contract. Hang on. Oh. Okay. If I spot a loophole, I will not act upon it unless I get permission from you or Mom. I promise also to tell you or Mom about the loopholes as soon as possible. And not or, but both. Agreed. Now your contract. Raise your right hand. I, Tammy Lynn Jones, understand that the breaking of this contract results in the consequence of banishment from the family forever. Tammy gasped and her eyes widened before she continued. The consequence of banishment from the family forever. That if, while a United States Marine, I have sex with man or a woman outside the bonds of marriage. That if while a single Marine, I willingly have sex with a man, woman, animal, object, or device outside the bonds of marriage. Mr. Jones gave her an odd look when she said willingly, but smiled at the other part. Another part she added, for any reason whatsoever, I hereby swear. For any reason whatsoever other than being raped, I hereby swear. She finished. She can enlist, he said, and looking at Kimberly, please try to keep her from getting raped. We will, Michael and Kimberly said at the same time. Tammy, Lisa, go line up and start push-ups until you can't do anymore. Then do sit-ups and you can't do anymore, then back to push-ups, Kimberly said with a slight smirk in her voice. Aye, Captain. They smiled and took off faster than the fathers could keep up. Kimberly noticed that Lainey was struggling very hard to keep doing sit-ups. She was currently doing. Lainey, 2 more and then you can stop. Oh, sorry, gotta stretch my back up here. Oh, yeah. Mr. Mayor, a loud voice boomed across. Wait, sorry. Just then, Mayor Jensen rapped on the microphone. Everybody, I have a couple of announcements to make of great importance. Actually, first would best be delivered by Lieutenant Jackson. He gestured to Kimberly. Mr. Mayor, a loud voice boomed across the mat area. General Sampson Marquest, I have promoted both Lieutenants Jackson and Moore to captain. Thank you, General. I know they deserve it. He began clapping. Captain Jackson, if you please. Kimberly keyed her throat as she walked forward. While we were at the meeting for Donia, I was in communication with Vice President Mitchell. And he got in conference with President Lepedamine. 2 presidential decrees were issued today to help with the defense of our nation. First was the changing of the minimum requirements to enlist in the military from anyone that is 17 with a high school diploma and parents' permission to anyone that is 16 with just a high school diploma. Schools are strongly encouraged to focus on essential classes so more can graduate sooner and help with the rebuilding of our communities. Students began to cheer and shout. Silence, Kimberly shouted, and the gym became quiet as a graveyard. Don't make me regret getting the president to issue this decree. Act like the adults I said you were. Mulan Bayer stepped forward and cupped her hands together and bowed and said, I apologize, Jubilee. Immediately, dozens more repeated her action and apologized, and dozens more followed after him. They all held the bow until Kimberly returned the bow. Then Kimberly continued. The second degree deals with firearms. Several adults groaned and started to complain. Hey, hang on, let me make that. Hey, these are ones I recommended. The groans and complaints stopped. A national minimum age for buying, carrying, open or concealed a pistol has been set, and that is now 16 years old. Kimberly held up her hand to forestall shouts. Individual states can lower the ages, but not set higher ages. Rifles, the new minimum wage to buy or carry a rifle is now 14 years of age. Individual states can lower but not raise the age. To be a law enforcement officer is now 16, unless the city police chief or county sheriff feels the need to lower it, Kimberly sighed. I'm still trying to get them to remove automatic weapons and suppressor regulations. Numerous adults stood and clapped without shouting. Mr. Mayor, you have another announcement, Kimberly said as she stepped away. The Principal Laughlin. Hang on, I need to double check something here because I think I left something out. Control F. 7. Yeah, that's one. Nope, I did leave something out. Oh, shoot. Hang on, I got to figure out where I screwed up and how I can put it back in there. Okay. Damn. This is going to be tough. All right, let me put this thing here. Put that there. I got to go back here and figure out where I screwed up. Okay. Peter Okay, before that, before that, before that. Okay, before that. Okay, it's got to be before the fight. There we go. Sounds great. Good. Okay. Okay, it's right around in here. I got to add a section in like I did for Fredonia. So I got to add something in here. Okay, just to make sure I'm doing this right here. Hang on. S-O-N. S-O-N. Hang on. I need to put the quotes in here. And I'll read it after I get it typed in here. Hang on here. Just a second, folks. I'm getting it done here. Oh, I am A-U-G-H-L-I. Oh, All right. We got a couple more people in here. Hey guys, if you go ahead and hit the thumbs up and make a comment, say hi to somebody in here. Um, Helps me out with YouTube's analytics if you say hi or or boo or just listening. Okay, now let me see here. Okay, good. They don't give his first name, so back up here. Um, and then there we go. That works, and everybody should realize what happened before that. The others return to their seats. Okay, there we go. Okay, so Kimberly snapped attention. Aye, aye, sir. Kimberly then turned to the mayor. Mayor Jensen, I need to speak with the principal before the meeting begins. Mayor Jensen looked around. There he is. He pointed to a man near the near the doors. Principal Laughlin. Kimberly and both Major Coopers walked over to Principal Laughlin. The others returned to their seats, and as the karate team began making their way to the wrestling match. As Kimberly walked back from the doors, STO stopped at the hang on, I just moved stopped at the AV Club TA table and ask them for another folding table. Okay, there we go. Now I got that figured out. So basically now, don't forget to hit the thumbs up and please say hi to somebody in the chat. Helps helps with YouTube's analytics. So basically, Kimberly just by talking to the principal now, they set up for what's going to happen here with the announcement about the change in ages to enlist in the military. So let's get back down here to where I was. Because I forgot. Okay. Yeah. That was quite a ways back there when I messed up. Okay, so getting closer. There we go. All right, now I can take the highlight here off, and now we can continue editing at this point. And this happens several times where I'm working on a book, and I get in the zone. And I'm just typing away, and I forget little nuances that need to connect this point of the story with this point of the story over here, or up and down. And so that's what just happened. I forgot to put in the part where she talked to the principal beforehand to get the principal to do something. And so we're going to talk about it here. Mayor Jensen, you have another announcement, Kimberly said as she stepped away. And then I put this. Mayor Jensen nodded and nodded and spoke. Mayor Jensen nodded and spoke. The prince take that off. Principal Laughlin has gone through the records and has 37 diplomas to present to those who have the credits to graduate now. There are 10 16-year-old juniors who have the credits to graduate due to AP classes they have been taking. Principal Laughlin, if you will. Any 15-year-olds with enough credit? You want those as well? Principal Laughlin asked in surprise. Anyone with enough credits, no matter the age, will graduate, Kimberly said. And any tampering with their records or shorting students any credits by any staff will be dealt with accordingly. So after we graduate these, you'll go back and get the others' diplomas so they can graduate. Chief Peel called out the names and handed the diplomas to Mayor Jensen, who handed it to Principal Laughlin, who presented it. Everyone noticed that behind Principal Laughlin with their arms folded were two Marine majors. Everyone guessed that Principal Laughlin didn't want to wanted to graduate any of the students early. Kimberly stood at the front of the remaining 8 whose parents were resistant to their parents enlisting. 2 girls and 2 boys from the 8 went up and got their diplomas. Kimberly was about to start with the remaining 8 when First Sergeant Beyer walked up with Mulan and a girl about 10. Lily wants to thank you for saying I can come home every night. Hi, Lily. Hi, thank you for letting my dad come home every night. Lily, that was actually the lieutenant colonel right there. Kimberly pointed to Nola. Why don't you go thank her? Lily walked quickly over to Nola. Thank you for letting my dad come home every night. Nola smiled. Thank you for letting him come teach new Marines. Lily giggled and went back to her father, who sent her back to her mother. Kimberly looked at Milan. What are you going to enlist? What are you going to do? Enlist, you'll have me. So, Milan, what's your name? Kennedy Beyer, 16, virgin. Well, Milan, join the other side. Kennedy smiled and came to attention. Aye, aye, Captain. Kimberly returned the salute and turned to the 8 remaining reluctant parents. Step forward. 2 boys and 2 girls step forward. Since you've graduated school, you no longer need your parents' permission to enlist. What are you going to do? And she pointed at the first boy. I'm going to listen to my mother. Oh, Parker, his mother said, and started to choke up. Then she gave him a push. Go. He turned and hugged his mother. Both of you, get to the other side. Parker turned back to Kimberly and came to attention and saluted. Aye, aye, Captain. Kimberly returned to salute and then looked at the next one in line. But before she could say anything, the girl spoke. Chloe Reed, 17. My mom changed her mind a little and said it's okay. She reached back and took her mom's hand and pulled her to the other side. Next was a girl. Name: Sabrina Jensen, 16, purple belt. One of the demonstrators. I thought I recognized you. Anything else I should know? My dad doesn't want me to enlist, but it's your mom who's here with you. Stepmom. My dad has to do his mayor stuff, Sabrina said, with more than just a bit of emotion. Oh, the mayor's daughter. Any siblings? Only child. As his only child, I cannot let you to enlist. Fine, I won't enlist in your SOG. And she started stalking off to Sergeant Young. Sergeant Young. I'll enlist as a regular Marine. Sergeant Young, Sabrina Jensen is not allowed to enlist. She's the mayor's only child. Sabrina spun around. Damn you, you've always were a stuck-up bitch. What? Kimberly said in surprise. I don't know you. Kimberly stalked back over to Mary and got over to Kimberly and got right up in her face. Rub it in. I wasn't a good fighter 4 years ago. Just won a Sifu Wendy Chung's purple belts. You obliterated that summer. She was waving her hands in the air very animatedly. For 3 months, you humiliated the new purple belt every day I came in. You shouldn't be a green belt. You shouldn't even be a green belt. Your moves are so blonde. Your moves are blonde stupid. Your hair is too wild and poofy, with no control, just like the way you fight. You don't spend enough time to learn what to do it right, bitch. Sabrina huffed, still waving her hands in Kimberly's face. Well, I stopped bleaching my hair and cut it off after you left. Suddenly, recognition came to Kimberly. She started to speak when the waving left hand snapped in and backhanded her on the left side of her face. It was followed almost at the same time by a right fist. Kimberly fell back onto the mat, doubly stunned. First by the intensity of the punch, and second by the realization she let herself get sucker punched. Surprise, bitch. Sabrina smiled at her. Time for your schooling. Is this why you wanted to be in my SOG, so you could ambush me with trickery? No, this is because you denied me. For some reason, I wanted to be in your group. Maybe to show you up, maybe to prove you were wrong about me. Kimberly leaned on an elbow, but I was right about you. She quickly held up a finger. You needed to come in more often to make your training stick. That's why I asked Aunt Wendy to let you come in every day at no extra charge. You lie. Why would you do that when you were putting me down all the time? I was trying to get you angry enough to push beyond whatever block was holding you back, to motivate you to try harder. It's what Uncle Dan did to me. The exact same thing, the insults, the prodding, the extra time. Once I got over the hump, the training started to become easier. I became motivated to learn more and do it quicker. Sifu never let anyone come in more than 2 days a week, other than me and Jenny. And I picked on Jenny just like I did you. And in those last 2 weeks that I was there, you were there every day. You started to improve quickly. I picked on you less each day, didn't I? Kimberly said as she stood. Michael, she turned to him and started taking off her tactical vest. I should have left it off. She handed him the vest, followed by the plate carrier, her MCCU blouse, and the drum. Why did you lie about being a purple belt? I didn't. I'm still just a purple belt. I never tested again. Just kept training. Kimberly unlaced her combat boots, shoes. Robert Jensen came running up. Sabrina, stop this nonsense. Dad, she said in a sarcastic tone, do you know what happened to my mother after you had the court remove her from me? Well, after all the years of your verbal abuse, she finally filed for divorce. Then added those lies your experts told to ruin her so you could take me away from her. Not because you wanted me, but just so you could hurt her some more. And the lies your hired monkeys told her boss. She got fired, so you finally broke her. She had nothing left when she stepped in front of a train. Yes, Dad, you killed her. She turned to her stepmother. The verbal abuse he gives you is nothing compared to what he gave my mother, or what is going to come. What, you don't know what you're talking about. I learned to document everything, Dad. Everything. Robert Jensen stood back looking at his daughter with his mouth hanging open. And you, Kimberly, she pointed at Kimberly, took away my escape from him. I take it you don't want to sit down and talk it out with me. I'd rather fight it out. Sparring or no rules, anything goes, Kimberly asked. Anything goes. If I win, we'll sit down and talk. When I win, I get to keep beating your ass, bitch. Deal, Kimberly smiled. No interference from anyone. Michael, Eleanor, is that clear? Yes, they both said, and they put away their pistols. Sure shot. Put your rifle away, Kimberly called out loudly. Oh! Eyes went to the sound near the doors where just inside the door was Captain Mark Chapman, Lieutenant Linda Chapman, in their Delta Force uniforms. Behind them were Jenny Holland, Alicia Holland, Donnie Chapman, and Tara Jordan, all in MCCUs. Beside them on the floor in a ghillie suit was Abigail, slowly screwing the suppressor on her Zeus. But if she wins, I'm going to chew her foot off. No, this is just between the two of us. Okay, Kimberly. Abigail said reluctantly. Who's that? Sabrina asked. Michael's baby sister. You know the type. 13, blonde, has an attitude. Well, in your case, it was 12. Kimberly smiled. You want to say go? Go. Sabrina lowered into a fighting stance. Kimberly sprinted towards Sabrina at the last instant, vaulted high into the air, doing forward somersaults over her. Sabrina turned 180 degrees to face Kimberly, where Kimberly would land. However, during her turn, she lost sight of Kimberly. At that moment, Kimberly's left foot lashed out, and its heel caught Sabrina in the forehead, stunning her. When Kimberly landed, she dropped in low and began spinning like a Cossack dancer as she moved closer to Sabrina. Her right foot swept Sabrina's feet from under her. Kimberly completed 2 more full spins before Sabrina hit the floor. Kimberly, still spinning, struck out with both feet, striking Sabrina in the side and sent her flying, then rolling across the mat to land 15 feet away. Kimberly flipped her feet back up over her head and rolled backwards, coming standing upright. She started walking towards Sabrina. As she moaned on the mat. Shall we continue? Kimberly asked. Yes, we shall continue, Sabrina answered snarkily. Slowly, she forced herself to her feet, holding her right arm to her torso. You're going to pay for that, bitch. I know. I have to keep listening to you whining. Ah, Sabrina yelled as she charged and pulled out a butterfly knife. She jabbed and slashed at Kimberly, fast and furious. Kimberly bobbed and weaved lightly on her feet, making an avoidance move and gently slapping the back of Sabrina's knife hand. The more Kimberly made these moves, the angrier Sabrina got and the riskier her moves. Then it happened. Kimberly caught Sabrina's right hand in the palm of her hand, and Kimberly's fingers tightened, wrapped around tightly over Sabrina's. As Kimberly's tightened her grip, Sabrina's fingers were pinched between Kimberly's vice-like grip and the handle of the knife. Kimberly tried to open her fingers to drop the knife, but Kimberly kept applying more pressure. Then Kimberly rotated clockwise, pulling Sabrina forward, and Kimberly's left knee shot up and connected with Sabrina's right bicep, and then tricep, and then latimus in rapid succession, causing them all to spasm. As she pulled back from the last punch, Kimberly's left foot rose up quickly behind Sabrina until her foot slipped over Sabrina's shoulder and smacked Sabrina's left ear, dazing her. As soon as the left foot touched the mat, Kimberly's right knee flew up into Sabrina's stomach, causing her to almost vomit. As the right foot returned to the floor, Kimberly's left knee came up, rocketed up into Sabrina's buttocks again and again and again, lifting her into the air with each blow. After the third blow to her buttocks, Sabrina cried out, "Stop, please, I'm sorry. I haven't finished beating your butt," Kimberly said. "I'm sorry, I apologize. Please stop." "Apology not accepted, not until you accept mine first." Kimberly took the butter knife from Sabrina's hand, whipped it around, closing it, slapped it back into Sabrina's hand. "What for?" She looked, looking at the butter knife, looking at the knife in her hand. "For leaving early that summer." Kimberly took a breath. "My dad got transferred, and my parents said that they had packed all my things up already, and that I could stay and finish the summer with Aunt Wendy. Then I could take a bus or fly to Tempe." Kimberly looked down. "I wimped out on you and went home to drive to Tempe with him. I asked Wendy to tell you what my plan was, so you could understand why I did what I did. I guess she forgot." "No, she didn't. I thought that she was just covering for you." "I owe you 2 apologies now," Sabrina sighed. "I accept your apology, and I accept both of yours," Kimberly said as she held out her hand. Sabrina slowly took the hand and shook it. "Now, where is this documentation you were talking about, and does it include interstate violations?" she added softly. "In my backpack, and I believe it does," Kimberly whispered back. "Good. Get it and take it to Federal Marshal Finley. Tell him I want to know if there's something he can act upon." Kimberly smiled and took a step backward and took a step towards her mom and her backpack. "Ow! I guess I won't be much. I won't be sitting much for the next couple of days," she said. She smiled weakly and hobbled on her way. Kimberly walked over to where the last boy who had a diploma. Name: Hank Bucevus Robert, 16. "So, Hank, what are you going to do? Go home with my mom and try to sweet talk her into letting me enlist, unless you convince her to let me enlist. You have your diploma. You can enlist without her permission." "It don't work that way," he shook his head. "I was taught to respect my mama and don't go against her wishes." Kimberly nodded. "I wish more boys were like you." She turned to the mother. You raised an honorable young man, Mrs. Roberts. Is there anything I can say or do to get you to let him enlist and be well-trained example of manhood to the others? Missy, you put any more sweetness on that and I'll get diabetes. I take that as a no then, Kimberly said, and back to Hank, held out her hand. Keep honoring thy mother. Hank took the hand and good luck with the sweet talk, she said a bit softer. That's it, Mrs. Roberts said. That's it. Very few young men honor their mothers. I will not try to take him away from you. Do I have to leave or can I listen some more? You're welcome to stay, Mrs. Roberts. Then Kimberly looked at the last four, a boy and three girls, the last two of which were twins. She stepped in front of the non-twin girl, who happened to be in deep thought. Lilith Jacobs, 17. You look to be in deep thoughts. Yeah, I'm not sure I can make it. 60% will not finish the training and will be assigned to another unit. The girl stiffened, then turned to her father. Dad, hang on, I need to fix this. Dad, let's join the militia. I don't think I'm ready for this after all. Good call, Kimberly said. Lilith, mental attitude is a big part of finishing. Then she stepped next to the boy. Chris Myers, 15. Mrs. Myers, hang on, I got to change this. Got to get the punctuation correct. Mrs. Myers, your thoughts. I flip-flopped several times watching and listening to you deal with everyone else. I would rather he joins the militia for a year or two first. Nothing wrong with that, Kimberly said. Chris looked at Kimberly. 60%? Yep. Chris sighed. Militia. That's okay. Good luck. And I'll see you there for militia training. Then she stepped over to the twins and their parents. Mr. and Mrs. Wild, what are you doing here? We're staying with our aunt, the girls said together. My sister's husband was born here, and they moved back here last summer. My brother's family is here with us too, Mrs. Wild explained. So they want to enlist and you don't want them to? We're fine with letting them enlist. In fact, we all want to enlist in your SOG. But you set the rules. It's their age. They're only 15. And my rules allow for aberrations that are brought into training, she said, looking at the twins. Tuesday, Thursday, what are your current ranks? They answered together. Saidan Karate or Sandan Karate, second level instructor Jeet Kune Do, third Kyu Aikido. Then she looked at the parents. Roku Dan Karate, third level instructor Jeet Kune Do, second Dan Aikido. They answered before she asked. Master Sergeant Ryback, you said if I could convince you that it's better for Cassie to enlist than you would let her enlist? That's correct, Captain. How about if it's better for both of you to enlist? Why would you think that? Well, I'm presuming that you've taught her to shoot. Of course I have taught her to shoot. Why? So she could, so she'd be skilled if she needed it. Like evil people were to attack your home, but also to be able to hunt for food. And as a marksmanship instructor, you were the best to teach her, right? I think so. Then for teaching her unarmed combat / self-defense, you'd want the best trained instructors to teach her? Yes. Well, if she enlists, she'll have 2 level 2 and 3 level 3 instructors of Jeet Kune Do teacher. Where are you going to find that for? Plus, you'll have 19 girls her age to work with her and help her fit in. Then I won't enlist. I will let her enlist. No, Kimberly said quickly. Her martial arts instructors and friends will need you to teach them. You can enlist as a reserve, comma, teach during the day and go home to the rest of your family. Master Sergeant Ryback chuckled. All right. Thank you, Daddy. She hugged him tightly. Let's go join the... I said, you are something, Captain Jackson. Excuse me, Mrs. Roberts spoke to Kimberly as she walked back to the mat. What you just said to the Master Sergeant about trainers and friends for his daughter, would that apply to my Hank too? Yes, except there are 13 boys that are his age and 10 that are 17. Then he can enlist, he said. Please join us in the other group. Once everyone was lined up, Michael commented to Kimberly, 38 here, 24 from Jacob Blake and from Fredonia and Jacob Blake. Yep, 58 total, Kimberly said. There may be others that weren't at either meeting that'll come to join up. Minus 60% gives you 24, 8 more than you wanted, Michael noted. Halfway to a second platoon. When the gangs and warlords show up in the spring, they'll have to pull triggers, and we may lose some more. Hang on here. We may lose some more to regret. Hang on here. Too bad the gangs and warlords won't all die off this winter, Michael said wistfully. But I have a feeling I'm going to kick several more out in a minute. Oh, man. Oh, my eyes are gooping up bad. Okay, there we go. Yeah, those that have permission may have a few. Those that have permission may have a few that won't stick. Kimberly nodded and stepped up to the center circle on the mat. I would like to apologize for making you wait here, but there was a reason for that. Whoever can tell me what that reason was doesn't have to answer a question of their choice. However, if you try and give me the wrong answer, well, 10 push-ups. Kimberly smiled. Any takers? Hank Roberts stepped forward as he slid his guitar from around his back. Several kids groaned, and a couple others smiled. One said, "This ought to be good." Hank started strumming and sang. The old maid's waiting for leap year to come. The crooner's just waiting to sing. The old cow standing by the Bull Durham sign, just waiting for the grass to turn green. The barfly's waiting for an easy mark, and the hitchhiker's waiting for a ride. The lifetimer's waiting for a prison break, and the beachcomber's waiting for the tide. He he ended with a long, slow strum. It's about being patient and waiting for the right time to act. Dang, Kimberly said. That was worth 2 free passes on questions. Yes, it's about being patient. This Saga will train hard, and once you're trained, you will wait until the right time to act. Well done, Hank. She looked around. Anyone else come close to thinking that? Everyone shook their head no. All right, first question goes to those who have not already answered it. Who is sexually activated? So let me do this here. Bold. Who is sexually active? Several parents groaned, not really wanting to know. After a couple seconds, as Kimberly was about to speak, one girl took a very big step forward. She was wearing a karate doji and a green belt. Kimberly walked over in front of her. Name: Cora Spencer, 17. About 6 months ago was the last time. What happened on October 3rd? The video where the girl April asked you a question in T9 Tactical. We talked, we cried, we decided to stop and wait until we got married. Anguish washed over Cora's face. It's so hard. But we tried to do, like you said, seeing each other at school and not showing our interest in each other in public. And not showing our interest in each other in public. Because if we did, we'd break our promise and do it again. Tears were flowing down Cora's face. How old is he? 17. What's his name? No, I won't say. I'll step out first. She set her face trying to be hard, but the emotion was playing all over it. I'm loyal to the one I love. Juvie, Tamara spoke up, and Kimberly looked at her. Cora started the real live Juvie Chan, the Ninja Girl fan club 3.5 years ago. She's the one that first started calling you that in the videos. What? Kimberly said, swung back and forth between the two. She found videos of you at martial arts and then videos at the archery tournaments. She shared them online and with us in karate and others around town. You made me a celebrity? Cora shrugged her shoulders. I guess so. I didn't think about it. I just wanted to share my hero with the world. Kimberly looked at Cora's mother. Because your mother turned me into a hero celebrity, she helped me as Juvie Chan save a lot of lives. She also got you in the Marine Corps. Hang on, I need to move some things around. And the Marine Corps, if we hadn't seen videos of you that she reposted, Clarkson wouldn't have recruited and inserted you into the Marines, and the president wouldn't have sworn you and Michael in officially last night, Commander Smythe said. Who? General Marquess asked. Robert Clarkson of the State Department. Hang on here. I need to fix this again here. Oops, I should have. Hang on. Undo. Let me do this right. I'm going to be doing a bunch of them, so I might as well do it right. Control C. Robert Clarkson of State, Commander Smythe, Nora replied in full British accent. That turd, Marquess roared as his face started to flush. Yes, but Clarkson died in Cheyenne Mountain with the former vice president and everyone else there, Michael said. Oh, huh, he snorted. I'm sorry about everyone else. Continuing on. Control V. Nora said in her British accent. Shows she made it so Juby Chan and Super Scout got to meet and actually talk. Because of that, fall in love. Together, they were able to warn a lot of people to get prepared. Like my son and granddaughter, General Marquis stated, thank you. Then he turned to Cora's mother. Ma'am, did you pay attention to what happened with my grandson, Peter, and his new fiancee, Rhonda? Yes, she said dejectedly, thinking she knew where he was going. My great-grandmother was 16 when she got married. Her mother was 15, as were most women back then. For century, women of 18 was getting over the hill, General Marquis stated. Sighing heavily, Mrs. Spencer spoke. Cora, do you really want to marry him if you're going to be in training for 2 years? Yes, she shook her head up and down quickly. Then you have my permission, but no more sex until then. Oh, Mom, she turned and hugged her mother. Michael had been watching Cora's eyes. Every now and then she looked intently at one spot in the bleachers. He was trying to pick out who the boy might be that when his radio earpiece sounded. It was Abigail's voice, next to the man in the red plaid shirt. The boy wants to talk with his parents, but the dad keeps shutting him down, and he looks like he's about to cry. Too bad you can't read lips, Michael said as he turned to go talk to Tamara. Find someone to teach me, she replied. Not a bad idea. How are you doing, Tamara? Michael asked when he got to her. Feeling better every minute. Now look at my face and smile and nod. She did. Do not move your head. Do not move your head, just your eyes. Look over my right shoulder. There's a boy in a green ball cap next to red plaid shirt. That's Roy Gallo. Tell me about him and his family. She took a deep breath and looked to her right and blew it out. Let me think. His dad is Anthony. He's a diesel truck mechanic. Mary, hang on. His mom sells crafts. Roy is 17 and the oldest. Betty is 15, and I think there's another girl around 12. They're not well off, but they're not poor, just below average. Okay. Thanks. Oh, Cora was tutoring in English 2 last spring. Oh, Tamara exclaimed quietly. That's what I'm thinking. Try to look elsewhere, like at Michael realized that he didn't catch the boy's name. Bobby, not Robert, Taylor. 17, still a virgin, contrary to the rumor mill. Nice, Michael smiled when he noticed their hands. Loosen your grip a little, though. Michael turned to head to the table where Marshall Finley and Sabrina Jensen were bent over Kimberly's laptop. Anything of use, Charles? Lots. I see enough for interstate conspiracy on several charges. A good prosecutor can make a strong case for fraud. Maybe negligent manslaughter. I'll know more once I complete reading everything. Do you have enough for Chief? Hang on. Spelled the name wrong. Heel. Let me make sure I get this right. Control F. Yeah, it is spelled right now. Chief appeal to arrest and hold Mr. Jensen, Michael asked hopefully. Sabrina made a short gasp. Absolutely. Good. Have him do it before he gets away from here and takes off. I'll issue a bench warrant, a man behind Michael said. Michael turned to him with a quizzical look on his face. Judge Stan Parker, I'll tell Brian, Sheriff Albright, to do it. And he turned away. Michael smiled and turned to the bleachers. Walking by the 3 rows of folding chairs, Michael stopped and signed a few autographs as he worked his way through the crowd, saying hello and shaking hands. All right, Kimberly called out, somebody's not being honest with me. If you want to be on mine and Michael's team, you better be up front right now. Michael chuckled to himself and kept signing autographs. As Michael got close to the gallows, he got an idea. He stepped up to and smiled broadly. Good evening, Mr. Gallo. He held out a hand to each of them. Mrs. Gallo, Roy, Betty. I'm sorry you don't know this young lady's name. Vicky, the girl said. Vicky. After he shook her hand, Michael turned back to Anthony. Mr. Gallo, I understand. I'll put a comma in there. Mr. Gallo, I understand you're a diesel mechanic. He blinked, thinking that Michael was going to talk about Roy. Yes, I trained for Big Ridge, but I have expanded to working on cars and pickups. We have seized a fair number of semi, and we need someone to inspect and repair and service them. Also, to service and repair the military trucks we have. How many are you talking about? About 25, I think, plus a bunch of pickups too, and more with every group of heaven devils that come here. Anthony Gallo sat up straight at the number. He and Roy would be working 12-hour days or more through the winter into spring. Step out, both of you, Kimberly shouted at the embarrassed boy and girl. Another thing, Michael began. Why were you looking so afraid when Cora said Cora and her lover were the topic of discussion? Oh, and we all saw it. Anthony Gallo sighed because I don't want him to go to jail. What did he do that would make you think he'd go to jail? Having sex with that girl. Utah's age of consent is 16, and they're both 17. No laws were broken. Now, marrying someone without a parent's permission is 18. Really? I thought that having sex with anyone under 18 was a crime. Only if you're old. Hang on. Only if you are over 18. Oh, okay, I see, I think. Anthony said as his mind reset what he believed, what he had believed the law said. Mr. Gallo, why don't we go talk to Colonel Houston and see if we can get you the maintenance contract for Camp Resurrected? Michael said with a smile. Okay, Dad. Shoot, I just forgot the kid's name. Back up here. Roy. That's right, Roy. Let's see, started. What, Anthony responded slowly. May I please go tell Cora how I feel? Anthony thought for several seconds and said, yes, but you may not ask her to marry you. Oh, okay, thank you, Dad, Roy almost shouted as he took off down the bleachers. As Michael and Anthony reached the bottom, they heard Cora. And about 3 seconds later came a thud of two bodies colliding, followed a second later of two bodies hitting the mat. That's going to leave a mark. That's going to leave some bruising, Michael said. Yeah, they will. Yes, they will definitely be hurting shortly. Anthony added. They made their way to Colonel Houston as Kimberly was talking to her recruits and parents. Colonel, this is Anthony Gallo. Mr. Gallo, Albert held his hand out. Mr. Gallo is a diesel mechanic, primarily for big rigs, but also works on pickups and cars. I was thinking we might need to contract his services for maintaining all the trucks we've recovered from Heaven's Devils, as well as the military vehicles that came in with the remnants of the 4th Forcon. An excellent idea, Albert said. How many mechanics do you have? Just me and my son, but I know a couple of other diesel mechanics that go on rotational layoffs during the winter. No, Kimberly shouted, and everyone looked towards Kimberly as she stalked over to where Cora was kneeling in front of Roy. Haven't you been paying attention, Kimberly Few? That's a sure way to mess it up. What do you mean? Cora asked, confused. Why can't a girl ask a boy to marry her? Where do you live? At home. Where does he live? At home. You got your mother's permission to get married, but I didn't get his parents' permission, Cora said as she looked at. Hey, super hot, sexy ninja babe, Michael shouted. A lot of people laughed. Kimberly turned 3 shades of red as she looked over to see Michael standing by his laptop. Yes, my ultra hunky super scout, more chuckles. Michael reached down and tapped his keyboard, reached down to the laptop keyboard and tapped the key. The screen now displayed the video that he had sent her the day after they first talked. The video was paused at the beginning. Kimberly appeared sitting on her bed wearing a t-shirt, wearing a red t-shirt that said Marine in bright yellow. Of bright yellow across the front. On the wall behind her were 2 katana swords, 4 shurikens, 2 sais, 12 throwing knives. In the middle of all it was a picture of a Marine major, her father. Over the bottom corner of her father's pictures was Michael's Eagle Scout Court of Honor picture that was on his Facebook page. Below that was a display box with her father's funeral flag, his dog tags hanging on it, as well as his Medal of Honor. May I please? He asked. I suppose, Kimberly relented. Kimberly sent this to me the Sunday morning, 2 days after the news leak. On the day after Commander Smythe and Anthony Middleton introduced us, and we actually talked. Her mother wanted to go stay with her cousin Jake. Michael said as he keyed when he Michael said when he keyed his throat mic. When I first saw this, several things jumped out at me. First, look what she's wearing. Now look at the wall behind her. These are the things that are important to her. Her father, martial arts, and the Corps. He took a deep breath. She added a picture of me under the watchful eye of her father. He waited a few seconds and then started the video. Hey, my love, my super scout. She began with a smile on her face, but everyone could see the sorrow in her eyes. My mom and I talked a lot after you left. I'm afraid she just doesn't get why Jake's is not a safe place to bug out to. She still doesn't trust us to be alone together. Heck, I'm not sure I trust myself to behave if I were alone with you. She laughed. I can keep my calm in a fight and not let my emotions control me. But when I get around you, she lowered her eyes and shook her head. I get all scatterbrained and I need a cold shower. Like today when I found some YouTube videos of the last competition we were at. The way you rapid fired those 3 shots during the warm-ups. Wow. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes and slowly blew out the breath and then took another. After several breaths, she's opened her eyes again. See, I can't even talk about how sexy you look without getting all hot and bothered. Anyways, I did get Mom to agree to send several boxes of our clothes to your cabin just in case we need to leave Jake's place quickly. She hopes that this will get me to lay off bugging her about Jake's place. I'll not bring it up tomorrow, but Tuesday I'll start in again. I will try to keep it low key. Hey, can we set up an archery range? We need to keep in practice. And speaking of practice, I will need to start teaching you martial arts so I can have someone to spar with. Even though things were really quiet today around town, I know it will not last. And when things bust loose, it will be bad. I hope we can get everything moved before then. Mom says that because everything is almost normal, she has to go into work tomorrow for at least half a day. But first, we're going to get some more supplies. Mom ordered those solar panels you told us about from Amazon. They should be here tomorrow by 8 p.m. Cargo trailer. It's not as big as we wanted, but everything else they had was too big for us to tow comfortably with the truck. We're going to make a couple trips to Jake's starting tomorrow afternoon. It'll take over 4 hours to get there. Still too close to the city for my comfort. We should be back about 10 o'clock. Hang on. We should be back about 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Can you come over sometime tomorrow morning and talk to my mom about supplies? You better bring your parents. They will be able to relate to her better than the boy I'm crazy about, as has called you several times. She smiled sheepishly. The man I want to marry. There, I said it. I want to marry you. Michael Edward Moore, will you marry me? She looked down. Now I've done it. Please be gentle if the answer is no. She picked up the remote, aimed it at the screen, and the video ended. Michael spoke. My reply was a text. Yes, in 22 months. We made a promise to each other to stay pure for each other. Until then. Kimberly added, but that wasn't the right way to do it. I disrespected our parents by not asking them for their permission to marry Michael. By asking Michael to marry me, we were still living with them, even though we were both working for the CIA and inserted into the Marine Corps. And most of all, I disrespected Michael by not asking in person. And I disrespected my new parents by not consulting them before answering. I just disrespected Kimberly by not disrespected Kimberly by setting a date while asking her about it and getting her thoughts on when she wanted to get married, and by not replying in person. Michael said, the stress has been building until two days ago. I was really stressed, and I tried to work out to release the stress. The more I worked out, the more I got frustrated with the 22-month engagement. I got upset with Michael, myself, for doing the whole thing wrong and backing ourselves into a corner trying to prove ourselves. Not to mention the two of us being so stubborn about not giving in and asking our parents to let us marry sooner. Because we had to be better than them. Kimberly took a deep breath. So if I seem a bit overboard in getting those of you who are in love enough to want to get married to do it a certain way, it's because I don't want you to ruin your chance to start out right like I did. Like we did, Michael countered. Anyways, 2 nights ago, I called off the wedding because we screwed it up bad. Kimberly looked down. The crowd gasped. That was an understatement, Lieutenant Colonel. Nola Houston chuckled. You blew into the house like a hurricane and yelled, if I remember correctly, Mom, we're moving the trailer to the campground tomorrow. The wedding is off. Kimberly and Michael nodded in agreement that was correct. And then you vented something about something. Then you vented Then you vented about it all like Mount Vesuvius. I think you would have made a bigger mistake if Sure Shot hadn't been there, Lieutenant Colonel Houston continued. That's for sure, Captain Larry Robinson added. I thought you were going to hit Michael. She might have if it weren't for Sure Shot, Colonel Albert Houston added. Sure Shot, thank you for getting me to let Michael do it right, Kimberly said loudly. I never had a sister, and I wasn't going to lose you just after getting you, Abigail called out from her spot against the wall behind the AV club, students startling them. And make it right, Michael did. He even made a romantic out of me, Larry Robinson chuckled. Michael did it right, Kimberly said tenderly. I believe that if we had done it like that the first time when I teased them with engaged. What? How was that? Cora asked. The day after Michael and I were introduced, we were talking on the phone early in the morning. He said, Kimberly, will you be my one and only girlfriend? And I said, yes, more if you want. Then he said, one day at a time. Dating today, steady next week. And I said, engaged the next. Kimberly took a big breath. Later that afternoon, I sent him that video. Wow, that was fast, Cora said. Yeah. Commander Smythe formally introduced us one day, and I proposed the next. Cupid wasn't using arrows. She hit me with a lost rocket during the night and dropped a Moab on me in the morning. Moab? Cora asked, confused. Mother of all bombs, Kimberly answered, and then added, now do you see why I told you to stop? I should have asked Mr. Gallo for permission for me to ask Roy, or for permission for Roy to ask me, Cora sighed. I need to apologize to Mr. Gallo. She turned and walked over to the table where Anthony Gallo stood in front of Colonel Albert Houston, and Roy followed her. She stopped in front of him for several seconds, then dropped to her knees and put her palms on the floor. Mr. Gallo, I apologize for not asking for your permission to ask Roy to marry me. I see now that it would have been wrong, and I beg your forgiveness. She remained bowing on the floor and waiting for Anthony to say something. After a minute, Anthony turned to Michael. How long was boot camp for? For the group that Cora is in, 16 weeks. Then 1 week of leave, then back for intermediate training, which is 8 months. Cora, yes, Mr. Gallo, stand up. Yes, sir. She stood up quickly to her feet, but kept her head looking down. When do you turn 18? March 12th. Anthony thought for a moment, so not until after you finish boot camp. Sounding very disheartened, Cora said, that's corrected 3 weeks after. Well, I don't think it'd be fair to make them wait a full year. But on the other hand, they did start having sex 6 months ago. So maybe they should wait at least 6 months to make up for that. You're right, Mr. Gallo. We should wait 6 months. No. 6 months time 2. 6 months for the time we're having sex, and 6 months for punishment, Cora said regrettably. Anthony rubbed his chin for a few months and then asked, do you agree, Roy? Yes, Dad. Well, then, Roy, you may ask her to marry you, but the date of the wedding will have to be the date after boot camp and before the next phase of her training. Thank you, Dad, Roy said, and did something he hadn't done in years. He hugged his father. Cora immediately joined in the hug. Thank you, Mr. Gallo. When they broke the hug, Roy turned to Cora, took her hands, and started to get on his knee, down on knee when Michael coughed loudly and said, Cora, where's your father? Up there, she pointed to the bleacher opposite side from where Roy's family was. But my mom already said we could get married. Who's supposed to walk you down the aisle to give you away? Your mom? Michael asked and shot Kimberly a glance. Oh, crap, Cora said loudly, and then asked Michael, why does love make you do stupid things? I'm still trying to figure that out myself, Michael said, staring hard at Kimberly. Go, do it right. All right. All right, let me see. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, shoot. Let me look at something. I'm looking something up here. I'm checking some of the records here. Dang it. Damn. I don't know why my eyes are just stinging and burning so bad. The furnace hasn't come on for a while, but my eyes are just gooping and burning. Ugh. Oh, shoot. I know why. Before I started the live stream, I was picking at some of the bottom round roast I cooked, and it was really, I salted it, and I think I got some of the salt on my finger. So yeah, And Prepper 101 is in the house, or was. All right. All right. Okay, I'm still trying to figure that out. Go do it right. Cora led over. Cora led her over to her dad, and Michael walked slowly towards Kimberly with a dejected expression on his face and body. What's wrong? Kimberly asked, concerned because Michael usually didn't show this side in public. Sure, he expressed concerns, but he didn't show them. We need to talk when we get home, Michael answered, chewing on his lip. Whoa, babe, that's a serious face. If it's that serious, you have to give me a hint now. Kimberly said, starting to get nervous. He pointed up to the bleacher. Look at Cora and her father. When Kimberly was looking, Michael continued. A dad walking his father down the aisle is something special. I would resent any boy that took that away from me and our daughters. I won't disrespect your father by taking that away from him. I won't. I can't marry you until he's here. Kimberly continued to stare at Cora. Her father hugged Cora and her father hugging. Then he pulled Roy into the hug too. When they broke their hug, Kimberly keyed her throat mic. Mr. Spencer, could you come down here a minute with Cora and Roy? Hang on, let me get a Kleenex. Maybe I can get the salt out of my eyes, man. This is, oh, man. All right. A shocked Bud Spencer just nodded as he followed his daughter down from the bleachers. Kimberly signaled to the AV crew that she wanted a handheld microphone. A girl about Kimberly's age ran it out to her. When Cora and her father got to Mrs. Spencer, Kimberly asked Mr. Spencer to step forward, and she handed him the microphone. Mr. Spencer, why did you hug Roy? Because even though Doris gave Cora permission to get married, Roy respected me enough to ask me for her hand in marriage. Otherwise, I might have held it against him for years or decades. But now he will be one I trust her with. How important is it for you to walk her down the aisle? Bud Spencer's face reddened. Very, he growled. Kimberly's face clouded over as she realized she may have misjudged what she thought her father's response to her getting married would be. So if you missed her wedding and they went ahead, how would you feel? I would be very disappointed in them. Kimberly sighed. Thank you, Mr. Spencer. I almost made a serious mistake. Kimberly turned to Michael. You're right. We must wait until he gets here to get married. A puzzled Cora asked, Wait for he who? My father. What? I thought your father died, Cora exclaimed. All they found after the RGP went off was his helmet, dog tags, and a lot of blood that tested as his. They believed that his remains were taken by the Taliban for dismemberment. Kimberly took a breath. We were just informed yesterday that he had actually been taken prisoner by the Taliban, and that he escaped on the 18th. He then made his way to Gazier Air Base in time to catch the last flight out. On the 20th, he was on the USS Gerald R. Ford recuperating. He will be here in 3 or 4 weeks. Cora started bouncing in place when she heard the good news about Kimberly's father being alive. Thank you again, Mr. Spencer, for keeping me from making a mistake with my wedding. Kimberly said softly to him with her throat mic off. He nodded. H.A. handed the microphone handed the microphone back and stepped back with his daughter and wife. Kimberly took a deep breath and addressed her Saga C-R-U-I-T recruits. You're all 16 or 17 with the exception of a few aberrations. You will spend at least 2 years and a half years getting trained to be level 2 operators. To be a level 2 operator. Then another year or 2 plus training to be a level 1 operator. And then even more training until you are a level 0 operator, Kimberly said. Currently, this unit planned on being a single special op platoon that's 16 Marines and 2 officers. Michael S.A. said as he looked at them hard. 60% of you will not complete the course. If you make it, the person to your left and the person to your right will not. But those that do will be a force of nature like unto an F6 tornado. Kimberly paused for a second. I've been thinking about changing some of the parameters that I think will make you all better, but I need to seek input from General Marquess and both Colonel Houston's and both Major Cooper's. Okay, I just realized a mistake I made. So hang on a second while I find this. Control F. Up. I need to put an S there. And an S with that one. And an S with that one. There we go. And from both Major Coopers and some Tier 1 operators from Delta Force. Kimberly smiled wickedly at him. Captain Chapman, please bring your fire team up here. Captain Chapman and Captain Mark Chapman and Lieutenant Linda Chapman in their Army Delta Force uniforms started forward, with Jenny Holland, Alicia Holland, Donnie Chapman, and Tara Jordan following. The 4 of them were in Marine MCCUs, but only the Hollands had their. They stopped along the edge of the mat closest to the front of the gym. This is Captain Chapman and Lieutenant Chapman. In the Army Delta Force Squadron Troop 3. That means they are Tier 1 operators. She handed Captain Chapman the microphone. Captain Chapman spoke. In 2023, we arrested and extracted Abu Anas al-Alabi in Libya. In 2024, we captured Hamed Abu Kalatel in 2025. Abu Seifu and 12 of his bodyguards were killed, and Snefu's wife, Saifu, was captured along with records of ISIS operations. We took out Abu Barka Allah Baghdadi in 2029, and in 2032, ISIS leader Abu Ibrahim Allah Hajim Allah Quasha killed himself and 20 others in his home when we attempted to capture him. Lieutenant Chapman added, I believe if we'd had Captain Jackson's additional martial arts training, we could have captured some of those that killed themselves. Everyone lined up gasped, as well as most of the others in the bleachers. We have former Staff Sergeant Holland and her sister Recruit Holland, Recruit Chapman, and Karate 3rd Dan Black Belt Recruit Jordan, who will also assist with your unarmed combat training, Kimberly. Kimberly turned to those who had gotten lined last. Former Master Sergeant Rybeck is returning in his MOS as Marine Corps marksmanship instructor. The members of the Wide family are all Jit-Tundo instructors and all Karate 3rd Dan or 6th Dan black belts, as well as Aikido practitioners. They will all be enlisting and assisting in your martial arts training. Thank God, real teachers, Tamara Moorhead exclaimed. The other karate students in the group voiced their approval too. The barracks are still being built as fast as the lumber can be milled, Michael said. There is a list of personal gear that you will need to bring with you Wednesday morning. Report time is 0800 for everyone at the former Jacob Blake Forest Service workstation, West Side. Be there early, not late. All right, get to the tables for processing, starting with Recruit Moorhead, Lieutenant Colonel Houston said. Kimberly walked over to Jenny Holland. So where did the MCCUs come from? One of the 40-foot cargo containers was from the quartermaster staff. No one knew what was inside, so I looked. It was full of MCCUs, boots, socks, underwears, and such. Gunnery Sergeant Oliver and Staff Sergeant Umber are organizing it for the new recruits. Alicia is wearing one of mine until they find one in her size. Excellent, Michael smiled as he joined him. Was there any winter gear? Not that I found yet, Jenny replied. Jenny, are you a Star Wars fan? Michael asked. I like the movies, but I'm not a super fan. Anakin Skywalker became Darth Vader. Then through Anakin's love became Anakin Skywalker again. Yeah, so? Jenny asked, a bit confused. Charles Finley went undercover and became Charlie Flagg Flynn, who then became Federal Marshal Charles Finley again, Jenny said flatly. I kind of figured that, but I wasn't 100% sure until I saw him here without that ski mask when I walked in. What do you want to do? I want to get to know Charles Finley and see if the good from Flagg is still in him. Then go tell him that exactly word for word. As an order, recruit, Michael snapped with a smile. Aye, aye, Captain. She smiled with a little trepidation, saluted, and then an about face. Jenny Holland walked very scared towards Marshall Finley. When he saw her, his eyes got wide. Michael immediately headed towards Anthony Gallo, who was still talking to Colonel Houston. Mr. Gallo, I had an idea. It concerns Roy. I just suggested that Roy enlist as a mechanic, Colonel Houston said. His staying at camp would extend their food supply at home, and he would get paid either in precious metals or in food, which Mr. Gallo could take home. Exactly what I was thinking, Michael said. You and Captain Jackson are starting to rub off on me. Michael realized that Kimberly had started the young Marine presentation. Okay, hang on. Let me see where I'm at here. Okay, hang on here. Presentation. After the meeting in Florida, Kimberly made a PowerPoint presentation. She even included some of her when she was in the Young Marines. When the presentation was older, one mother asked, "So you're not going to teach them weapons and fighting? If you're not going to teach them weapons and fighting, who will?" You, Kimberly said flatly. Until they are 16 and join the Marines or the militia and come for training then, the question you might want to ask yourself is, do I really want my children to learn to fight like the military before they're 16? Should I teach them just enough to protect our home? That is what you have to answer for yourself. Of course, there's nothing stopping those that get the training for the militia from passing that training on to their children. Captain Jackson's father started teaching her at 4, Michael added with emphasis as he walked over to Kimberly. I'm very glad he did. I started learning archery at 8. Any activities outside of the curriculum are the responsibility of the parents committee for group activities and individual parents for their own children, Kimberly stated. Oh, I get it. The parents are responsible. Hang on. The parents are responsible for any extracurricular activities the Young Marines participate in when the Marines leaders are, come on. Oh, well, it's not helping out or not around. My father spoke up. So if a bunch of them say go to archery, the Young Marines have nothing to do with it, a mother said. And if they go to the rifle range on Saturday, that is up to the parents, another father added. Correct, Kimberly said innocently. Go ahead and make your list of questions. If there are those of you that want to be on the parents committee, volunteer. Can you give us some guidance on the makeup of a committee and how many is a good number to have on the committee? One mother asked. I would say set it up like a scout troop committee, Michael said as he walked over beside Kimberly. Committee chair, committee vice chair, secretary, advancement chair, activities chair, quartermaster, treasurer, chaplain, other training coordinator, 4 other committee members. The extra 4 committee members can assist the others if they have a large or difficult project. The committee chair only votes if there is a deadlock. We will try to get soft copy of the manuals and curriculum before our next visit. If you've gotten the parents committee form before we come, please give a list of who is on it to Chief Peel, and he'll forward it to us, Kimberly said. So write down your questions and concerns, organize the parents committee, check the public and school libraries for books on the history of the Marine Corps and any books on the Young Marines. Also, early early history of the United States, including constitutional history. Kimberly step back and turn on her throat mic. Final points. No one, and I repeat, no one is to take any action against Heaven's devils unless they attack people in Kanab. You are not yet trained for it, so just keep doing what you've been doing and let them come to us. Is that clear? Nobody responded. Is that clear? Kimberly shouted. This time she got some yes, Captain, but mostly were weak mumbles. If you take action before you're properly trained, you will get yourself and others killed, including your family. Do you understand that? She got more yes, captains than before. All actions against against Heaven's devils and any other gangs will be coordinated to minimize loss of local lives, wounded, and property damage. Is that clear? Barked General Marquis in a deep, booming voice. A few more responded than before. Now, Kimberly said with dramatic pauses, are there any other questions? Let's see here. So I'm going to stop it here because we're at the time we're at. So I'm going to bring this down here, highlight this here, turn that yellow, and this is where we'll pick up tomorrow with Chapter 6, Part 3. And so we're at 269. Okay, so we're close. We will probably work into Chapter 7 a bit, and what are we at? 83. Yeah, we'll work into Chapter 7 a little bit, and yeah. So let me go up here. So that's where we're going to be at. Let me get back up here so I know where I'm at here. Come on. Okay, it's being a pain. Oh, too far. All right, so there we are. Hit save. Save all the corrections. And bring me down here. All right, folks, so that's it tonight on Camp Patton Family Compound at 8 p.m. Eastern. The topic is starting seeds or seed starting. And we're going to talk about things you do to start seeds, little pots, starting trays, chitting seeds, and stuff like that. Tomorrow, is Saturday. Hang on a second. Let me take a quick look at something here, see if Shadow Scout Suite has put it out there yet. So tomorrow we'll start with, like I said, when we're going to do it there. And hang on here. Let's see. Shadow was supposed to put out the topic for tomorrow. Let's see if he's got it set up there yet. Boom. Oh, yeah. Items you should have in your preps already. That's the topic for tomorrow that Shadow Scout Suite and me are going to be covering on our 2 live streams. That starts at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And then tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern is after the banks are taken over, what are your plans? And so that's what's coming up there. All right, everyone. So that's what's coming up, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow morning for. Tomorrow morning starts at 10 o'clock Eastern, not 11 o'clock Eastern in the morning. All right. Okay, we'll see. We will see you tomorrow.